Hey, party people. Sorry it's a minute to get in here. We had some stuff to get done, guys. Let's get the countdown going and let's get this show on the road, per usual.
Staring at herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
Hey, beautiful people. How y'all doing? What's happening? Oh, Tatiana, you've been trying to get in on the list for a minute. I think the list is closed if you're not already on the list. I presume it's closed. It usually is. Yep, the list is closed. By the looks of it, I'm just starting it, so I'm going to highlight who we've got on the free list. You can go on the standby list, though, girl. That's a thing now. We're making it a thing. Seeing as there was uproar about doing the list whilst it's live. I'm doing okay. I literally, do you know what? Firstly, thank yous are in order because y'all's prayers, and thank you as well, Mina, because I know you've been out here fasting as well. And I asked you guys to pray for me last time because it's been a minute since I saw Mother Nature. I was too busy. Life was lifing me. I didn't have time for an arrival. But y'all's prayers went up and she came down. So thank you. But it does mean that I was out for a little while as well. Thankfully, it was in the full moon cycle as opposed to the new moon cycle because I probably would not be here yet and still. So grateful for that. The timing on that was impeccable, actually. Even though it was unexpected, I literally spent my Easter sort of sleeping it off, which was nice. It was well deserved. I probably would have been out here all over the place. So God was like, no, girl, sit your ass down. And I was like, okay, I see you. I'm glad to see you guys though. I was like busy purging. Some updates needed to happen as well because I think that's a natural part of the process as well for like the feminine. It's kind of like how we go through our updating process. We actually literally get an opportunity to update on a cellular, molecular level with the cycle. So we are a little bit sort of like ahead in that context. Masculines don't necessarily get that opportunity in terms of regenerative properties. Yes, cells regenerate on a constant basis, but it's a different situation when you can sort of let some pieces of yourself go. That's why the PMSing is a part of the process to actually allow the feminine to be able to do what she does. But, you know, we move. Let's see who have we got in the room. I'm going to throw the list out there. Phantom, you could probably add it to the standby list. Kayla, you've got a question. What's your question, girl? Shoot. Hey, Kayla. There is a standby list, girl. We definitely need a standby list going for these lives because you never know how it's going to go. Okay, so because some people say that they get the notification and then ask to be on the list. Do they see it before since we live on the other side of the world and the time zone is different? I don't know. Maybe. I know that Smara, like, usually she's like, caw in these YouTube streets, right? And I'm like, what's that I hear? So I usually put the memo, like she'll put the word out as far as like, hey, you're gonna be joining us, and then I will usually say, yeah, girl, it's going down, or girl, it's going down. But I'm gonna see y'all soon. So yeah, that happens. And then Smara, as soon as I sort of like put the word out, Smara will usually sort of like get in there. And then once she gets in there, it's like the wave starts. So I don't know how the wave actually sort of like develops, but Smara's in Greece. So I don't know how that algorithm. That's literally what happens. I'm telling you guys, even before I see Smurra's message, like physically, a lot of the times I'm already getting like on assignment where they're letting me know, like, yo, I'm needed. So when I come and I see Smurra's message, it usually validates what they've been saying. Because sometimes they give me a little break. Like when I was on and stuff, they were already pre-preparing me. And I was already allowing for my space to be open because then obviously I can't be out here. But yeah, it's just nice to be out here with y'all. Like we got 2 eclipses like going. That's lit. Like, yeah, we're out here in these streets as far as eclipse season. What have we got? Yes, ultra ego wisdom. I did see that. I'm like, dang, you made it onto the list. And then also my YouTube account's one of the ones who made it onto the list as well. But I really don't know how the like algorithm works, Kayla. I'd say put the word out to your guides and ask your secretarial angel to do a little bit of time management on that situation for you. And then you've got to be open to like when they give you the insights intuitively to actually like just come and check. Because usually by the time I come in here for Smara's message, they've already let me know, girl, it's time. I even felt and sensed it last week, but I was so like out of it. Doesn't it feel like a whole drug when you're like going through that purging process, ladies? I was out of it for a good few days because, like I said, Mother Nature and I, we were on a little bit of reevaluation season since November. So we haven't had any communication. So it was pretty intense on my body, but we move. I'm back here now, so we're good. Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up, Ari. Okay, we love that for you. New job. Okay, that's okay. It's okay. That's okay. You'll get the hours that you need in the right time. It's good. Getting straight into it. I come check every time and nothing in last minute when I come. The list is full. Okay, so what you do, you let your guides know that tell the secretary what I said as far as the time management. The time management, she needs to get better at the time management in terms of delivering the information. And then, yeah, just keep yourself open as you have been doing. But we should have a standby list going. Do we, guys? Do we have a standby list going? I'm also gonna like, I know I've said it a million times, but your girl's getting busy, and I'm actually sort of like getting better at organizing myself. So I'm gonna be getting myself over onto TikTok. So when you miss me here, I guess on whenever I'm gonna be here, because this seems to be happening whenever it happens, y'all. If you miss me here, I'll be on TikTok as well, because I'm trying to sort of develop a little community over there as well. So yeah, just a word to the wise. I'll probably be on TikTok at some point this week just to sort of like get that little momentum going and flowing. So keep that in mind. Yeah. I'm glad that you made it as well, Ultra Ego. He was looking at me, and then when I looked at him, he and he was one of them. The corporate people came in, he was one of them. Okay. I only have TikTok on my laptop. Okay. Yes. Okay. Oh, girl. Yes. Listen, we are in the building. Okay, so let's kick off the list. Let's start there. So on the free list, we do have Smara, Sherry. We've got Lovemar, Ultra Ego, Firefly, Malapele, Ash 13, Sammy, M, and my YouTube account. We're going to sort of get a standby list going, guys. Can we get a standby list going and see what we can do with this? He was tall, had curly brown hair, and I think his eyes were blue. But he was cute for sure and seemed interested. Okay, girl. The snaps. Look at you trying to find yourself on the right timelines. We love that. Okay, we got to go out and manifest. Okay. Keep me posted, TBC on that. Okay, so I'm going to go into Samara's question because she put it out there like a whole 7 minutes ago. So we're going to go and dive into some stuff. It's been a minute since we've flexed to the cards. I even actually sort of managed to get a meditation in. I got gym in today as well. Yeah, how's Mercury retrograde treating you guys as well? Because communication class is well and truly in full effect. I think we've still got a good couple of weeks left of that good stuff. So, yeah. How's it treating you guys? Any interesting conversations as well sort of come up, because it's usually the unexpected conversations, but the necessary ones that shows up in this type of climate. He seemed older though, not too old, but probably in his late 20s or early 30s. He didn't seem to nothing for so long. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just sort of like giving the cards a little bit of a smudge, guys. It's been a minute. I actually pulled some cards for me today as well. I was guided to do that. I haven't pulled cards for myself in the cycles for a minute. I don't even generally pull cards for myself, to be honest with you. I just kind of get on with life, and the guides sort of like communicate and say what they need to say for the most part. Whenever I sort of like get to the cards, I don't really use it. It's interesting. Our communication is different these days. There was a time where I was a lot more into being able to sort of get some guidance, but they just come and talk my ears off. I was literally in a trial during my sleep travels last night as well. Got information for y'all guys. So basically they told me some stuff about this eclipse, and I was supposed to come back with the information, and thankfully I had luckily an agent to remind me of said information. So I'm gonna go through the list. Gonna get to Samara's question in a second, so just bear with me, just hold pace. So this eclipse, it's a total eclipse. There's going to be a 369 code activated within this eclipse season, because we're sort of going to be shifting. A lot of old paradigms are going to be shifting, but it's going to be happening in a 369 sequence. So within the next 3 weeks, we're going to be hearing of some things sort of like rolling out, I guess. And within 3 weeks from that, there's a 3 weeks process of like fear mongering, society kind of like resistances in places, things playing out. And within 3 weeks after that, we'll be sort of like hearing about some sacrificial lambs, whatever that means as well. So it's a 369 code. They said that during this season, there's a lot of teachers and gurus that are going to be activated. There will be, I guess, souls transitioning as well, to elevate the light sequence of the solar rays that are coming in, so that Aurora is like very advanced, like software and technology, all of this light and stuff. But the Aurora channels of light flow is going to be activated to a different frequency from this one. from this particular solar eclipse, and we're going to sort of be navigating through just a sequence over the course of the next 3, 6, 9. So the teachers and gurus that are being birthed during this eclipse season will sort of see where they are, and they'll be sort of like coming out of their cocooning. I don't know if you guys saw the light flashing there, but they'll be coming out of their cocooning stage 9 months from this solar eclipse. It's going to be an incubation season basically for the next set of gurus slash teachers who are awakening on these timelines. So that's what's up. We're going to see some stuff play out there in society. People are going to show their asses in the next 3, 6, 9 sequence. 3 weeks we'll get to sort of like see that play out. 6 weeks, within the next 6 weeks we'll sort of like be at a place of like public opinion on certain things, and then by 9 weeks we'll be sort of like hearing about some dynamics with sacrificial lambs, if you will. It's just how they put it to me, whatever that means. We're going to see it play out. Okay. Okay. Where are we? Multitasking at the minute in online class and on here, girl. I can't with you. Listen, that'll be me at work. I'm okay now, girl. The pain is fainting away. Girl. Yeah. I'm online. I'm just at work right now, but we'll keep coming back in and out. Listen, my YouTube account, you got a long time to go, so you do the people them work. You're good. I think you're last on the list, babe. You got plenty of time to work. Okay, love Ma, that's what's up. You're here too, letting it be known. We love that. Okay, so we're going to go into Samara's question now, and we're going to go and unpack some stuff. Sherry, I don't think I've seen you, period, in the chat. But if you are here, let it be known. And I guess get your question ready when it's that time. Mina's going to get in here, I guess, when she does, for the most part, because it's late. So yeah, we're going to dive into some stuff. Okay. Oh. Why do I keep having the same dream with G? I see him calling me, but I always miss the call. I've seen the same dream several times. I love a bit of dream analysis. I'd have to like properly dive into that and break it down. But it's always interesting to, oh, Sherry. Thank you, beautiful. Gotcha. Start getting your question ready, my love. We're going to try and flow through the space tonight. Okay, so question. What's the purpose of the recurring dream sequence with G for our girl Samara? Okay. Thank you. Okay. 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 So what they're showing me, there may be some sort of regrets, I guess, that you're sort of navigating through with the situation. It's kind of like a unconscious fear, basically, an unconscious fear of disaster, an unconscious fear of things kind of coming to a ruin. That's how a moment sort of like happening. We've got a big situation taking place because obviously it's a major arcana, so it's big on working through your own personal sort of like restrictions, your own self-imposed means of creating certain situations. I think the fact that it kind of like comes up in the unconscious, because we've got the moon at the bottom of the deck here, BTW, so it's happening. It's an unconscious I guess, skit that's playing out. Um, there's a story, I guess, unconsciously that you may be telling that you could change or could have changed certain situations of a past, and that's creating a okay, so this is what I'd say as well with the G situation, because obviously if we create from that place of fear, it's just going to give us more of those sort of like sequences, more of those vibrational experiences, and we don't really want that. The thing that's kind of like playing out with the situation unconsciously here is based on the fear that you didn't make the right decision in a past situation, because I can see that it's a fear, the restriction now. So this is how the cards have come out. This would be the past experience and the present dynamic. The past experience of fear of change, wanting to avoid disaster, is causing a restriction to the now situation. So there's some regrets basically, and I think we know, I guess, based on how the situation kind of like played out with G, there may be a telling of a story unconsciously. Oh, if I had did this differently, or if I had said this, all of that stuff, we want to package all of that up. It's a great time, actually. This is a new moon season, so it's the eclipse is going to be great for sort of clearing some of this up. If you still, I guess, want to clear out some of that backlog, because I'd say that's what it is. It's residual, because you're still processing, right? You're still navigating through the hurt of that situation. The pain's still there. I'd say it's kind of like navigating those regretful but necessary transitions in life. So with the situation, you kind of have to, I got check it. I don't know if our donation situations and dynamics are working, to be fair, but yeah. I think PayPal's okay. I don't know about Cashapp, but let me know how you get on. With the situation, Smara, really take some time, sit into here, because obviously your heart is, sort of like letting you know where you're at in terms of some of the processing, the emotions that are sort of playing out. You kind of want to reassure yourself that you made the best decision for your then version of yourself, and really sort of like processing, I guess, what you've learned from the situation. I don't know that you feel like, do you feel, sorry, I'm speaking for you because I'm hearing like, how do I know that that's where you're at in your processing yet? Do you feel like you made the right decision at that time, in that moment, like the place that this regret is stemming from? Question to you. Okay. Yeah, and I think that's why they sort of like said to me that I'm basically okay. So I do this a lot around me. Like I'm like, I just process the stuff hella quick and get back up there, because when I'm like vibrating a little bit lower, it feels icky. I can't take it. So I generally process fairly quickly. But that's the place that you're trying to get to. Yes, that's exactly it. That's exactly why. That's why the looping is sort of like occurring back there unconsciously, to let you know about some of those regrets that you're basically still having. But I guess, obviously, as you're navigating through your now, you probably don't necessarily feel assured in the decision that you made then, which is okay, and that's cool. But for the most part, you know that like life is always playing out for your overall best. So from that stance, which is always like, that's the general archetype that I go to as far as like a blueprint whenever I'm struggling to process a certain emotion. Because sometimes my ego gets tight and it's a little bit hard. It gets like this, actually. It gets very much like this Eight of Swords energy, where everywhere you go is like a dagger, and you find yourself all of a sudden imprisoned in all of these different thought processes that may or may not be logical or rational, for that matter. But yeah, I would say that's where you want to sort of like begin. I think you want to go through the process of acceptance firstly, in where you are with the situation, but you definitely want to go to a point of acknowledgement first, because it's interesting because the main thing that the guys wanted to speak about is like how this particular cycle is going to be impactful. But I like the question that you're presenting already, because it seems like we're going into the layers of some stuff, actually. Take some time, sit with self, and really sort of like think to yourself if you actually, um, I know you would have chosen differently moving forward. And you would want to avoid conflict, because if anything, that's the one thing that's apparent from, like, this particular card, which is ultimately the reason. This is the energy that's being internalized, like fear of disaster, fear of ruin, ultimately wanting to avoid said disaster, but also fear of change. um, I'm not too sure on the situation, Fabian. I'll go and check my stuff. How are you doing? Where's our girl Mina as well, guys? I don't know where Mina's at, but I know that it's a little bit tricky for her as well, because she is fasting as well. So her sleep pattern is already, all over the place. Fabian, I do have your donation. So we're going to get your question in next. Do me a favor though, prep your question, Sherry. Hold that thought, girl. Okay. We're going to get Fabian in, and we'll be able to come back to yourself. And then I think Kay is also trying to do a donation, but I think the PayPal's working. So that's a good thing. That's good to know, I guess. So yeah. And hey, Sammy, beautiful. With the situation, Smara, what I would say as well, when you go back to playing out, because you seem to be quite scattered, I guess, in where you are. You're quite doubtful of that decision. Um, Perhaps when you can accept that you made the decision that you made, then you chose to react how you reacted, or responded how you responded in the situation. And for all intents and purposes, you are where you need to be right now to process what you're processing to be able to get to that next place. It's all a learning, isn't it? It's all a learning. I don't know if I did the right thing. I think that you might have to sort of go through that process of like acceptance. Um, yeah, you might want to, because that's ultimately the doubt that's kind of regurgitating unconsciously. So you want to go back to that and really clean up some of the processing there. Because also you're causing some blockages for yourself as well. If you think about it, if you stay looping on the past, there's no room for the present experiences to kind of play out as well. So it's not just a case of like being in that space or not being in that space. It's a case of like, how well is it serving to your current space as well. So I definitely say, okay, well, that's a good place to start. That's a good place to start. I'd say start with that, and then working your way through, accepting the part that you sort of like played in where it's at the minute, and the benefits, I guess, of what this now aspect of your reality is doing in terms of serving your overall growth. Because the looping situation, there's a unrest basically in the heart chakra. And also with that situation, with the Gianni stuff, I think if you stay looping on your regrets with that as well, it kind of holds whatever dynamic you guys have going on in that space as well. So yeah, just take a minute to clean that up for the sake of the space that you guys are in presently as well. um yeah. Yeah. Um, Guidance for our girl. If she's able to clean this up, guys. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so hey mama. They sort of said that you're dealing with some sort of like some mental restlessness with the situation because you've got to work on your faith basically. So this is where the Neptunian energy, because this is what the Neptunian energy is there for. The Neptunian energy is there so that we can bypass certain aspects, mind over matter situation, right? Faith activated. So you're going to want to tap into that Neptunian energy to really be able to kind of like draw yourself out of this situation, because that's really what is basically overstimulated at the minute. But it's stimulated from a negative aspect. It's stimulated from a fear-based concept. So you're going to pull back some of that Neptunian energy, and you're going to sort of like redirect your focus with it. Okay. It's the faith thing. You kind of like have to have faith that where you are is where you need to be, basically, for the betterment of where you're going. And I think that that's basically the, I guess, class that you're sitting, if you will, redefining, I guess, to what level you can still hold your faith, even when a situation may not necessarily appear to be what you had prayed for, right? But it's actually exactly what you'd prayed for, just going through the motions of the journey of coming to or deriving to the destination of said prayer. Sometimes, like, when we're praying, so a lot of the times it's kind of like that whole sort of like saying, when we're praying for strength, God puts us in situations basically so that we can see the strength that we possess. These are some of the things that we kind of like navigate through. There's something that you're praying for, and God's kind of like assisting you in purging the aspects of self that may not necessarily be in alignment with said thing that you're praying for, first and foremost. And as you sort of, move through what is not, you gradually actually are unconsciously moving into what is. I hope that I'm sort of like making sense and you're with me. But yeah, I have the fear that I destroy things. And I get that. I get that sense. And thank you for your honesty as well, because putting it out there puts the power back in like your hands, and it puts you back in the driver's seat of the situation, because you created it. Wherever it is right now, you created it as well, which means that you also have the ability to reshape it as well. Where it is right now is just where it is right now. And it's based on the dynamics of the people that you guys are right now, and the vibration that you guys are experiencing yourselves and each other in. So working on elevating some of that stuff, like I said, if you stay in that vibration looping, that also sends signals there to him unconsciously as well, that you're in that state of being scattered and regretful on your decision. Yes, but also because there's a contrast of you accepting that the situation's over. It's weird to send that sort of like signal out there, basically. Can you imagine picking up on that email, girl? You're like, you're confused.com, right? That's how that plays out. So we're going to clean some of that up. You do accept where you guys are now, because if you want to, again, I know that like that situation kind of played out how it did then. I already told you the situation with the current person isn't necessarily going to last. So if you want to sort of like manifest, I guess, your perfect timing situation, because you missed the previous cue, right? And don't worry, girl, I do that ish all the time. Okay, where I'm like, guys, sorry, I missed my cue. Can I get another run at that? Because your girl was not aware that class was in full motion, right? Sorry, I'm gonna get undressed, guys. I am burning up. Okay. So yeah, you can prepare yourself for like the next season of when his ass gonna be single. And put some stuff out there in the memory bank in the meantime. right? Outside of that, the situation now, you have to accept the situation now because you have to finish up playing out the stories of the now dynamics, and letting that go, and the letting go of what could be, all of that stuff that has to be let go. There has to be room. There has to be room for like a new situation, a new dynamic, a new purpose to the process of the experience of each other. I know you're going to be going to live your life. I'm not asking you to sit around waiting. I'm just saying if you wanted to plant the seed, because we know that situation is going to fizzle when it does. If it's like naturally playing itself out and you're over here like on that vibration, it's basically going to be creating more things for you to be regretful of in that space. Do you see what I'm saying? And then when his moment of like freedom and singledom comes, like you would have been on the vibration of regret, thereby he can't even see you because you've already basically taken yourself out the game. Do you see what I'm saying? Because like you're on that vibration of regret, thereby like he's passing you by, so you're living in that regret even more. Do you see what I'm saying? We're gonna clean that up, and then we'll just wusa for a minute. Okay, we're gonna wusa for a minute. The restlessness, deal with the mental restlessness, is actually sort of like a byproduct of what's going on in the heart center. Process that regret, own your decision, own your part in the creating, and decide that you're going to create something else too. Okay. Guidance for our girl, guys. Okay. Guidance for our girl, Smara. That's clear. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. The compromise. Okay, there's compromises when it comes to the romance class. When it comes to what success looks like. And right now, for the most part, like this is a success in the making. It's not necessarily sort of there yet. But yeah, it's just one of those things. Like this is a compromise. You're in the process of sort of like balancing yourself emotionally as well. And that's another thing. Like, had you gotten into a situation with G when you wanted to as well, like with the emotional volatility, it wouldn't have lasted too long, to be fair, because there's so much to work through in that sort of dynamic being in the actual space. And it takes like a lot of like deep, big love to be willing to work through certain aspects of a relationship, right? So over time, those things can be formulated. Right now, the compromise is that there's no romance, and that's the success in this particular season of navigating this dynamic with you and G. Okay, that's the guide that they want to let you know, like this is a compromise in terms of this romance situation, and it's moving towards that success, whatever the success is supposed to look like. That's what you were praying for, a successful romantic situation. And again, like God is putting you through the motions so you can get out on the other side, girl. You got this. You got this. Okay? And put prayers out there for you too, girl. I hope that was useful for you, though, beautiful. And thank you for sharing. Love a bit of dream analysis as well. I would definitely love to know a lot more in the construct of the dream, to really sort of like understand some of the things that there may be sort of aspects playing out as well. But yeah, I hope that was useful. Fabian, I know that success may be being single but happy. 100%. 100%. Well, it's a case of like a lot of the times when we get into relationships, we have expectations that we place on a romantic partner, things that we don't even do for ourselves. Oh, I need you to do this for me. I need you to show up like this for me. Are you doing that for you? Okay, well, if you don't even already have it within yourself, it's a little bit hard to navigate or manifest a vibration that you are not. So that's how that works. A lot of the times. Fabian, I've got your question, but do you mind typing it up so that we can sort of like pop it up on the screen so that it stays in my focus whilst I'm actually sort of reading? Because sometimes when I channel, I go off in tangents, as you see, and sometimes the chat gets a little bit happy. So if you could do that for me, that would be super. And I'm just gonna, I've got snacks tonight, guys. I've even got a banana. Okay, for keeping healthy. That's one thing this year I'm definitely sort of maintaining. Thank you, Fabian. Much appreciated. I know. I just saw that. Okay. So I wish I could like start two questions and merge the or two statements and merge them. But you get the gist, y'all. Check it out in the chat if you want to see what the co means. But what are MC's feelings towards me in the connection? That's Fabian's question. And we're gonna dive into it. Okay. MC's feelings towards Fabian. Talk to me. Okay. I can tell the dynamics between you guys are fairly complicated at best. And it came up as well. Interesting. Okay. Are you guys in communication at the minute? Because there seems to be a lot of internalized energy. So I want to sort of like get a full scope and understanding of why that's a factor to the situation. Yeah, I know. I can tell. That's what I'm asking. Are you guys like in like active communication at the minute as well? Because they're sort of like saying to me, you guys are overshadowed as well by the sort of Mercury energy as well. Okay, you guys are being, so there's a force that's kind of like magnetized between you guys at the minute. And there's a little bit of a situation playing out over the course of like 5 weeks and 6 days between you guys, interestingly enough. I think that from what I can see on their radar, their feelings on the situations that they don't necessarily want to shake things up too much, which is a major concern of theirs. So they're looking at the situation with you like it has a limited sort of like success value. You know, it's not necessarily something that can go too far, basically, because they're fearing a change in the situation. And that's their major fear, actually, that it won't actually be able to go too far and things gets complicated in terms of the finance situation. Okay, well, that's a given. Let's talk about it. Sorry, I'm going to dive into it a little bit deeper. Okay, so their fear is that the dynamics between them might affect the work situation, basically, because you're saying that they're concerned about how it's going to impact the coins. But also outside of that, if anything happens, then they're lonely and they have a situation when it comes to that space. So what's the path that they need to walk with the situation? Let's talk to me about MC's path on this first and foremost. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So, their, I guess, fear on the situation when it comes to you guys, I told you, obviously, they don't want things to get too messy with the work situation, but their fear is that really it might be a situation where things get hella complicated. So it might be a situation where they move too quick. They're having struggles with their own judgment in terms of like trusting themselves with making a decision. I think they like you. I think that they think that you're a good person. I think that they do have some blocked emotions around being let down. Betrayal's a factor as well. And I think some of those things are the barriers basically that are prohibiting them from seeing the potential of how far the situation could go. That's basically that's the blocker. I think that let's talk about it. Sorry, I'm going into another deck of cards. What's the intentions then for Fabian? Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay. That gives some insight into why the fear might be so close. Basically, it's very close in her like perception when she sort of like perceives the dynamic between you guys. So it feels like it's a fresh wound. So thank you for that. What's her intentions in that case with Fabian? Thank you. Running. Okay. 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 Okay, so she's willing to kind of like definitely have a playful, flirty situation. She's definitely open-minded and she's willing to keep an open mind about where things could potentially lead, but she's almost looking for red flags. Yeah, because she's looking for red flags. That's the stagnation that you're sort of sensing in this space. She's because the wound is still too fresh. I'm not gonna lie to you. She doesn't necessarily trust herself to make decisions around this area in her life. And it really isn't necessarily anything to do with her. I think obviously she's judging her ability to judge situations based on how the past situation played out, but that I'm sure you know this already. That doesn't have anything to do with her, but that she seems to be taking it on in her processing. So in her processing, she is wanting to take ownership for her part in how things played out. But her part that she's owning is that I didn't see the signs soon enough. I was too naive in certain situations. I let myself be led astray. Like I knew it. I knew it. These are some of the things basically that she's kind of like beating herself up about just in terms of certain things. So I don't know how their dynamics played out, but I know that there was some sense of betrayal there. And there's some trust issues that's been developed from that. So even though she's willing to keep an open mind presently moving forward, she's pretty much looking for or paying attention. They say paying attention to the red flags, but by the looks of it, from your feedback as well, it feels like she is stagnating the connection because of these red flags. It's not just a case of pay attention to the red flag. She's almost like creating reasons, basically, if you will. But her fear is to avoid a separation situation. And she's not necessarily too sure about her situation on whether or not she trusts this connection with you. I don't know that she's willing to give it a chance. I don't know that she's willing to give it a chance. I think it's something that she's still in that place of forgiving, forgiving her past situation and actually sort of taking the lessons that she's learned from it. I think it's still too fresh, to be honest with you. By just the what's going on in here and what's going on in her processing, like, so because she still has she still has some hurt that she's navigating through, just basically the way that she felt like she violated herself in certain situations. Definitely the way that they violated her, but she's almost in this place of self-blame. She wears it better on the outside, but on the inside, it's almost like her way of being able to move forward. And she needs to kind of develop a different process because it's actually like causing her to she's asking for something, i.e. yourself, right? And she's praying on it, but she's blocking her own blessings because she's in that place internally. um hmm, that's sad. Okay, right, guys. Okay. I also found out about a third party at work, someone pursuing her, which is hindering our connection as well. Let's look into that part. Thank you for that. Let's look into that connection and see what's going on in that space. What's going on with the other connection? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Well, there's MC and the person is GL. Okay, thank you for that as well. This person's definitely sort of a little bit more they're definitely a little bit more possessive, I guess, of MC in the dynamic. So that's interesting. I think that for them, I guess they see this as an opportunity when it comes when it comes to her. Let's see what her feelings are towards them. I think that's the thing. What are MC's feelings towards this third in the situation? Thank you. Okay, yeah. She doesn't necessarily trust it either. It's not a situation that she's entirely sure about. But again, it's something that she, again, kind of like leaves the door ajar. It's kind of like playing with fire, if you will, is the best way that I can put it. But in all honesty, I don't think that she's willing to kind of pursue anything. Again, for the same aspect, fear of financial sort of constraints, things playing out a certain type of way in the situation. I think this person as well, they're not necessarily how can I put it? They don't necessarily have the best intentions for her either. I'm not gonna lie. It feels like they have a bit of an opportunistic spirit with this situation, and it's not like they really want. I don't feel like it's a relationship situation that they want from this. Hi, Dr. Sijel. I think the free list is closed. The donation list is open for 2 more slots. But that's it. I think we should be developing a standby list, but I'm not sure. Yeah. I was saying to you, Fabian, I think that they're an opportunist sort of spirit, sort of attaching to her situation. I don't think that they mean her well. Um, yeah, I don't think that he means her well. Yeah. I don't think that he means her well. And I think the situation there with her again, that's exactly what I said. With that type of dynamic, that's why she's like, no, I can't even put myself in this sort of situation, because again, that's going to affect me in a situation where it's going to cause some financial constraints for me. But yeah, I don't think that he wants anything romantically long term. Very, very sharp with the tongue, but not necessarily. I don't think that his intentions align maybe with some of the things that he's willing to declare, if you will. So, in all honesty, I think out of the two candidates, you seem to be more pure hearted in nature towards her, and perhaps would be willing to, look towards something long term. So I don't think there are, I think on both situations, it's just something that she'll string along. I'm not going to lie to you. She doesn't really want to complicate the situation too much, and the dynamics is a lot for her to get her head around. She doesn't want to make it too messy. So tell me this then, guys. How do you see things playing out with all parties involved moving forward then? Patience. Okay. How do you see things playing out? As clearly as you can. Thank you. I know you already said it, but hey, patience. Patience. Releasing anxiety in the process is definitely going to be stormy weather ahead. So there's going to be opportunities to be able to release some anxieties about certain situations where I guess there's no action taken. There's still some work that needs to be done. She's kind of like focused on the bag right now. I don't know what else to tell you, my love. She's focused on the bag. She's focused on obviously just kind of like maintaining her financial responsibilities. And that's really where her, I guess, mind is at the minute. Yeah, and she still has some forgiveness to do as well. It seems like her heart is still heavy. And she still has some working on her that she needs to do for now. When I found out about the third party caused conflict between me and him, yeah, I can imagine, because he's actually, I don't think he's doing it for the right reasons. I think he's jealous that she's giving you attention. And I think that that's actually really what's taking place here. Like, he's basically, it's like when the kid's not really playing with the toy, but then all of a sudden you go and play with the toy, and now the kid wants to play with the toy. It's one of those types of situation. His ego is getting a little bit carried away in the element of competition, and he doesn't actually mean her any well, and he's just throwing himself as a dog in the race, just to stroke his ego, which is unfortunate. But the truth is that she doesn't really want to be in either of these situations that could compromise her financial standing, because she's already got so many changes going on. It's just not her focus, but she will engage to dabble. Whether she pursues further, it's very unlikely. I'm not going to lie. Don't know how's their current relationship. Um, their dynamic, I guess there's banter about, you know, temptations, basically. There's a lot of those temptress conversations, the conversations that are inappropriate, I guess, in a work sort of setting or space. Um, Flirty, those sort of playful situations, but nothing comes from it. It's all undelivered promises. It's all just kind of like things that are said in the moment, basically. It's just things that are said in the moment of a flirt. But nothing else beyond that. Yeah, nothing else beyond that. I don't think it's anything that she's kind of like engaging in or entertaining on a full scale dynamic, basically. She's avoiding taking on too much responsibility with it, and that's the way that she's choosing to play. Like I said, I guess, she's getting along to get on, to be honest. Yeah, she's getting along to get on, and kind of like keep everything pushing. Let's see what's your guidance from the guides in that case on the situation. What do you guys advise Fabian then to do in this dynamic with what's playing out? Okay. Thank you. Okay. They said it's a hard no, and it won't be reconsidered. But I guess that's kind of like what I was like trying to sort of say. I think based on the dynamics of the situation, that's what makes it a hard no. But if it's any consolation out of the two, you actually like her. I don't think the other guy does. I think he just wants to stroke his ego and have a fight in the race. I don't think his feelings are sincere. I think he sees a window of opportunity, and he's just playing on it, to be honest. So don't take it too personal, but she's far too vulnerable at the minute for either of you guys, to be honest. Her heart still needs some healing. She's still in a very vulnerable place mentally as well. So you can support her in friendship at the minute, because for the most part, she does need it. It seems that she's she's overcoming, but there's definitely some setbacks that's kind of thrown her off course a little bit, and she's redirecting her focus right now. So yeah, I hope that was useful for you, and I'm sorry I couldn't provide you, I guess, with the answer you were hoping for, but I hope I gave you the clarity you needed moving forward. Okay, guys, what have we got? That was a nice little round the worlder. We got there in the end. There's literally lots to go. We spoke last week about having a conversation tomorrow about moving this connection forward and expressing myself to see how this goes. I think with the situation, you guys kind of, the other person isn't really a good fit for her. Probably not the best time during the Mercury retrograde, to be fair. The conversation might not necessarily give you the outcome that you want per se. But I think, okay, so I'll say this to you, right? Because she's so vulnerable, I think it's worth having the conversation at a different time. I think if you can have a conversation about, so the connection that you guys have right now can grow in a different way, right? I'm sure that you were anticipating it growing straight romantically. Now is not probably the best time for her. Her levels of vulnerable, I think let me say this because I did say this to you in terms of the dynamics with the other person. I think you're a very good candidate for her in comparison to this person. And she'll probably get the same outcome as our previous situation when it comes to that person. I do think that if you guys have the conversation in terms of where you guys can work at the connection right now she needs support. I think if you guys do have the conversation, you can express that you are here to be able to sort of give her the time she needs to be able to get to that place that she needs to be completely open for something romantically. I think if you guys do have the conversation, that's still a worthy conversation to have, because I think she still has some scarring that she needs to work through. And I think her having your support along the way kind of anchors you guys' bond while she goes through the process of releasing this. And for you as well, it puts you in a positive light in good standing. Now, be mindful because you don't want to sort of get yourself in the friend zone and leave yourself there. This is we are in the talking stage, right? Of getting to know each other romantically. We don't have to rush into anything. But I would like to let you know that I am interested in you romantically and I am here to support you as you're sort of getting to that place where you're more comfortable with the idea of a romantic interaction. That might be a better conversation to have because I think if you go in straight off the bat with a romance situation, that might be a little bit overwhelming right now, to be honest. So I think wording is everything, and where you are with what you can offer is also everything. And yeah, I think you guys need to kind of like clarify what it is that you, yeah, yeah, because I think that she could receive a lot better, and I think something that you guys could actually work at. And I think also for the sake of her healing process as well, so that she doesn't necessarily trigger too much, basically, because she's still sort of like hypersensitive, basically, as she's navigating through the whole process of all this. It will give you an opportunity to get the best that you can get from her as well, because in her current state there's still some, she's still vibrating low in places and she's still trying to transcend some of those vibrations, and she's doing a good job, but it takes time. And I think the support that you provide will give her an opportunity. You guys can kind of like, I guess for the most part, work on something casual, I guess. But really the basis of that needs to be friendship, because I think that that's what she needs right now. Okay. We don't want to keep you in the friend zone. So we're in the talking stage. But I hope that that was useful for you. Right. Okay. Okay, I see your message. Beautiful. We're going to grab a question from Sherry, if that's okay, because you've got 3 questions in on the donation. We've just had a free list, so we've only got... That's okay, Fabian. Thank you for sharing space with us tonight. Best of luck with it as well. I'll put a prayer out there for you guys. Okay. Right. So let me see. I'm just going to go and confirm your donation as well. Okay. I think I've got it. Yep. I've got your donation for 3 questions. We're going to pop over to Sherry quickly, and we're going to come back to Kay's 3 questions. Start getting your questions ready for me, girl. Hello, Sherry. Good job on ya. Okay. That's how you do that, guys. Right. Hello, Rainbow Girl. How are you doing? Welcome to the space. Right. Sherry, we have your question. I'm just going to wet my throat because you guys can hear me sound like Donkey from Shrek. My voice keeps changing. The free list is closed. I think we should be getting a standby list ready, but I don't think we did get one of those ready. I think we were supposed to get one ready. Mina's been out. She's with the fairies at the minute. She's on her sleep travels. We don't want to sort of like, cause her too much unrest. But free list is closed. There's one more spot available on the donation list, however. And that's it for the night as well. We're gonna dive into some stuff, guys. Bear with me. There we go. Okay. I'm going to put the memo out, BTW. I'm going to go on TikTok, I guess, one of the days this week, probably on Wednesday, actually. Yeah, probably on Wednesday. I'm going to go and do TikTok and do some readings over there. So if you guys missed the space here, join me on TikTok on Wednesday night. I'm going to have to figure that out because I don't even do TikTok. So it's going to be a whole new world. A whole new world over there. When do you see me meeting my life partner / soulmate? Will it be this year? Thank you. Okay, Sherry. Interesting. Let me get this because this dynamic is very, very sorry. First thing that they said to me is they love to sort of like put it across. Very human of us, just like a microwave reality. That's what we love. Will it be now? That's okay. It is what it is, right? There'll be times when the timelines get like that, where we can get it instant microwave. So we'll get there in time. Okay, we'll keep the same attitude. We'll get there. Yeah. Timeline. Sherry's trying to get some insights into her life partner, soulmate. We want to get some insight into timeline process on that. That's funny. Okay. Okay. Perfect timing. You guys are funny. Timing wise, sorry. We're having a dialogue internally, mentally, and we're playing out something on the cards right now as well. So bear with me. Give it to me in terms of dynamics here then. Okay. 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 Hey, Ricky. I think the free list is closed. We've only got one more spot available on the donation list. Truth be told, Mama, I don't necessarily see a timeline of this year per se with the situation. Truth be told, I see a situation sort of like playing out over the course of a 3-year process, 3 years and 3 months. That was a timeline that was sort of like being given on the conscious level. And then as I sort of like played out the cards, they were sort of showing me different dynamics. I asked them to basically give it to me in terms of months with the cards, and they put it in a certain dynamic. The third year, 36 months, basically, third year, I was already getting 3 years, 3 months. So that is the situation where they potentially come in, and within that time, 3 years, 3 months, there's likely to be I guess a celebration of sorts, a romantic celebration of sorts that sort of happens. I want to say about 46 months from now, I guess. So that's what, almost 4 years. So they come in 39, and then there's a 7 months period. So things, I guess, move fairly quickly with you guys as well. Just in terms of the dynamics, the connection's pretty strong. I think between now and then, there's still some stuff for yourself as well that you're sort of like navigating through when it comes to what it is that you're looking for. I think there's still some things that you also have to clarify as well for yourself when it comes to this, because they're saying perfect timings at play with the situation, because there are certain factors that you also need to consider. Where are you based, Sherry, if you don't mind me asking? Sounds right somewhere with it. I don't know, Ori. The standby list didn't actually officially get developed. It depends on who's here. But I think we'll have to wait and see. The standby list didn't actually get going because Mina's not here. She's the one that usually handles all that. But yeah. What was my question? I'm sure I put a question out there too. What's it called? Sherry. Canada. Okay. Okay. I think there might be one person on the list that might not be here. More than likely, and that the standby list didn't come up, unfortunately, because Mina's sleeping. Okay, she's sleeping it off. But we do need a standby list. We'll kind of have to play it by ear and see how we go, I guess, as we move through the list. Location's a factor in the love situation, and where you are right now at this very moment isn't necessarily where said person and yourself aligns. Sherry, back to your space. I know it's hard because I go off on tangents, so I just wanted to highlight that I was speaking directly to you there. But yeah, location's a factor. Your now location isn't necessarily where the alignment of you and said soulmate sort of occurs. And things move fairly quickly because location's a factor as well. So there may be some sort of distance involved or some movement of far regions involved in the process as well. But it's a little bit of a way off. It's a little bit of a way off. But now it's just a good time, I guess, to figure some stuff out. In the meantime, let's see, what's the advice for you whilst you're sort of in this season? What's the advice for Sherry while she's in her now situation then? Because there is some time yet. There is some time yet. Okay, release the shadows. And be open. You guys are so... Thank you. Okay. 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 Interesting. Question to you, Sherry. Have you dealt with long distance situations previously in the past? I have to ask the question. Have you dealt with long distance situations in the past? Okay, because I think that that's one of the things that they're sort of that's one of the things that they're saying with the situation. Some of the, I guess, the stuff on your agenda, things that are like your top three priorities. I guess the man, the person that God has for you, they're still sort of relocating to get to that right place, that right position, um, for them to really be able to sort of align with you. They have certain qualities that are really super, super important to you, specially made just for you, right? Because you get it, but timing is everything on this particular situation. So, yeah, they are being led, I guess. They're being led through their work to be able to sort of relocate to the right situations, basically, because they go through at least between now and then, there's like 5 different shifts in their situation that actually brings them, I guess, literally on your doorstep to you. So, yeah, timing's everything on that. Um, Interesting. And it might sort of what do you do for work, if you don't mind me asking as well? Sorry. So that I can understand a little bit more about that as well. Sorry, Sherry, just in case you're typing. I take care of my parents. Okay. Yeah, because I wanted to understand that's why they basically have to be they have to come to you. They have to come into your world. So they're a little bit off, basically, being able to sort of like make it directly to you, but they arrive in divine timing. They seem to be on a, like I said, 3 years, 3 months timeline, and things kind of develop with you guys over the course of a good few months, and within 46 months from now, you guys are pretty much like solidified within the relationship. Things are pretty anchored, and some of the things that you were praying for in your now moments, you're able to experience on that timeline. Yeah, I can imagine. It also sort of like speaks to the timeline and why the wait potentially is so long, because a lot of the times what we don't necessarily realize as well, when we're sort of like practicing patience, is that there's more hearts involved than just ours in sort of like how things have to manifest, because um we're asking God for our prayer, but God's busy answering everybody's prayers. So he's out here just trying to make it copacetic for everybody involved. So yeah, it's a little bit longer than you anticipated. Okay. Not necessarily the 2024 timelines, but not too far off either, just divine timing. And in the meantime, I guess the guidance for yourself now, in what you're doing, is to just continue to honor your path. You know, that's the advice, I guess, that they've sort of provided in that space. Continue to honor your path and be assertive. Yeah. But I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. Hi, creative arts. If only it was that simple, my love. There's people that are literally, they've already been waiting for an hour and 25 minutes. But the free list is closed. The donation list has only got one final place on there. And that's it for the night. Right, Sherry. I hope that that was useful for you, though. They shall be making their way in divine timing. You got a good little timeline there to work with. I think in the meantime, you are needed in the capacity that you're needed. And tune in on TikTok, I guess, on Wednesday Creative Arts. I get it as far as I can't afford, but there's people that basically kind of like got in here, I guess, and got themselves on the list. It's always a thing that we go through every week. I'm sorry. But try and find us on TikTok. I'll be live on there on Wednesday for readings then. But yes, Sherry, that's your guidance there, beautiful. I hope that that was useful for you. Okay. Right. Okay, girl, start getting your stuff ready. I'm going to start with my banana. Okay, because you girl's getting a bit peckish. It's that time. It was. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time and energy, Abel. Oh, thank you, beautiful. I appreciate you being open to receiving me because obviously that's a little bit long off the timeline that you were hoping for. But I think obviously taking everything into consideration is a really good timeline. I think things come together fairly quickly. So that's probably why the timeline is what it is, because it's like a red light zone now in the universe where, you know, as I say, the stars just haven't aligned. But when you're in the green light zone a couple years from now, smooth sailing. We love that. Okay. God's plan's the best plan. It's better than our plans. But yes, we're going to sort of go and dive into Kay's question because she was next on the donation list. And then we're going to get back to the free list. And this is a free list just in case we forget. But we're going to have some questions from Kay in the meantime, in between time. I think Kay donated for 3 questions, so we're going to be diving into some stuff. I am so hot. Maybe I need to go and put my heater off, but then I'm going to get cold. It's so weird. We're right there, guys. I'm going to go and put the heater off. I'm burning up. I'm telling you, it's funny because it's springtime and at nighttime it's still cold, depending on the weather. But I think because it's rained, the humidity levels are just a bit, you know, different. But I'm burning up. I'm never this hot. It's a bit confusing to my body because usually I'm like cold all the time. And it's so funny because now that I've put it off, we're going to see how that plays out. You guys will probably see me draw for my robe soon. I live in my dressing gown, guys. I'm that chick. I'm not going to lie. I love a good dressing gown. But yeah, Kay, are you here, beautiful? Are you getting... Well, it's supposed to be Kay's turn to start sharing because she's got 3 questions to read. Firstly, Kay, if you're here, can I get a hey? And Love Ma, you can put your question out so that I can star it for you as well. Beautiful. Oh, Kate is here. There we go. She's like, presenting it. Start getting your question ready soon, Love Ma. But Kay's donated for 3 questions. Sorry, I was talking quicker because I was trying to get to my banana before I get to the question, Kay. My bad, girl. That was so funny. Oh, I just witnessed myself doing that. That was hilarious. Okay. Okay. Oh, damn. Wrong thing. Sorry, highlighted the wrong thing. My bad. Okay, so this is number 1. People left my new house more than once. What's going on? Roommates said they were the issue, but I'm noticing other things. Other things like what, girl? Other things like what? What are you noticing? So what's the question? Let me see how to phrase the question. We want to know what's going on with the new house. That's the question. Yeah. Give me a thumbs up. What's going on with the new house, guys? Oh, guys, I'm going to put a post out. I should have put a post out today because, it's the eclipse and all that good stuff. But our little donation situation's doing so much over in Uganda. We've started to discuss with some schools over there about getting the sanitary towels. So these are some girls that we've got who are basically testing the sanitary towels that we've had made. Richard is the guy there who's actually been doing the project with us. I'm going to put some of the photos out there so you guys can sort of like see what's going on. And let me show you guys some photos as well whilst we're here. Sorry. A bit random, Kay, but I asked you the question to give me a thumbs up if that's what I'm supposed to be speaking on. You want to see what's going on with the new house, because I think I was like trying to figure out how to word the question. I'm multitasking. I guess I'd say I'm good at it, but it's so. I'm Pisces, short attention span, as we all do. But this is what our donations have been creating and manifesting, guys. Well, your donations. These are the sanitary towels that they've made using the resources that we've been able to sort of get together. We were able to sort of pay a couple of ladies to actually sew these, and we've now started to get them into the community for the young girls in the schools who don't necessarily have access to. We've provided a few samples to some of the young girls to be able to sort of give us some feedback at a minute. And once we've got their feedback, then we're going to sort of start like proper production in other areas. But thank you guys for actually, being an instrumental part of the process, because I got the assignment in 2018 and God said, wait, I'm going to bring the people, and you guys are some of the people. So I appreciate you guys. Is that the question though, Kay? Back to your sort of situation. I was still waiting for a thumbs up. Sorry, I multitask in the process whilst I'm waiting. I'm that person. Instead of awkward silence, I just fill the gaps. I can always find something to talk about, but No, is that what you want me to sort of dive into? Because the question, there was a more of a statement and a question was somewhere in there. So I was saying, do you want me to be doing a question on what's going on with your new home? And potentially maybe unpack maybe why others had left. Is that it? That's what I'm trying to decipher. Hi love, I'm just curious if your free list is closed, as I know it closes fast. The free list is closed. Scorpio 1180. It is. The free list is closed. It was closed before I even got in here. Beautiful. That's how it gets in these little streets. But I'm going to be on TikTok on Wednesday. So if you miss me here on whatever day I'm here on YouTube, I think, I don't know if my TikTok is actually sort of like connected, but I am on TikTok. If you actually go on, oh God, I'm sending you all around the world, but I'm on TikTok as well. Look for Counsciouslyconetted on TikTok. I'm named the same thing on TikTok. And get ready because this Wednesday will be our first introduction on TikTok, like for the lives. I haven't done anything over there before. Okay. I'm here, just a little busy, but I'm here. Thanks for letting me know, Sammy Beautiful. I'm waiting for Kay to sort of like let me know, give me a thumbs up if that's what she wants me to read. Because I'm not sure that I understood the assignment, girl. Where you at, Kay? I feel like you just went quiet on me after. Unless it's lagging as well. I know that that's sometimes a factor. Oh, I can see a little angel orb right there as we speak. Okay, so I'm just gonna go and dive into it. Because Kay doesn't seem to be feeding back to me if that's really what she wants. Maybe she's saying yes, yes, but she's not typing in yes, yes. So I can't see. I can't get on the same page. Okay, thank you, beautiful. Why are people leaving, guys? Why are people leaving? Kay wants to start there. Why are people leaving the house that she's arrived at? Okay, thank you, beautiful. Thank you. Just a little bit, they were, but now it seems like they're all coming through. Now it seems like we got more than enough. But yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm like taking it all in. Talk to me about this then. What's this about? Thank you. I noticed things here. Things like what? There's one particular person that is, they seem to be the center of this force of whatever's sort of playing out here. It seems to be a feminine in the situation. And it seems to be something about their energy. Definitely throwing the balance or scales of things off a little bit. There seems to be, I don't know if I want to call it selfish. I noticed things here. What sort of things did you notice? I feel like there's a particular person that is vibrating on a certain frequency that are inviting and attracting, I guess, certain dynamics to play out. There's conflicts when it comes to this person. There's a lot of contention. This this person says others were the issue. No, they actually, I don't know if I can call it a spiritual attachment, but I think that they're actually they might be on narc mode. Are you noticing that they have a little bit of narcissistic tendencies? Is that why you're a little like your spidey senses are tingling? Yeah. She a little narc. Yeah, she a little narc still. There's different ways. So basically she's always a victim, everybody else is always the problem. She's actually a fire starter. She doesn't, I don't think she's conscious actually of how she does it, because I think she believes that. That's why I said she's an art, because I think she actually genuinely believes the lies that she tells herself about these situations. But she's actually the center of a lot of these storms because she's self-centered, basically. And that seems to be where the knock tendencies are coming from. I heard noises first night. I think that there are spirits feeding off her narcissistic tendencies. This is why she says landlord wants her out. I think she needs to go. I'm not gonna lie. Everyone else picks on her. I think she creates a narrative of her constantly being a victim, and I think she believes it. And this is the thing, it's so interesting because narcissists at some point actually sorry, I'm like covering my mouth. I don't know why I'm doing that. Narcissists at some point are actually the victim of somebody else at some point, which is kind of like how they put on the narc mode, and then they don't know how to shut it off, and that behavior becomes a way of life. But yeah, I think that's because she narrates from these places of basically being a victim. And then also, like I said, she's a bit of a fire starter. It's not necessarily that everybody else picks on her. I think she makes herself a target somehow. And then she doesn't know how to deactivate that once she actually sort of like presents in that way. Yeah. At work, everyone picks on her at work. Roommate people want her out. Is that her narrative though, that everybody picks on her at work? I sense spirits here. Yeah, they're everywhere. Yeah, spirits are a natural part of the, I guess, process here. You're just a hypersensitive as you are, beautiful, which we love. But there's definitely some presence there. That was one of the things that I was seeing initially. A lot of it is stemming from now she's annoyed because I noticed her gaze. Yeah, that would be the spirits moving through her being irritated, because obviously then it's a little bit more difficult to play the game, isn't it? Um, mm, yeah, because you're perceptive. Um, yeah, it's interesting because she seems to be the catalyst basically to a lot of the stuff, and she told me that others pick on her. She makes herself a target because she likes the story of being a victim, whether she knows it or not. I think she's addicted to that scenario. That's a synopsis of life that she's comfortable with. Um, yeah, that part. Interesting. Um, let's see. What's the advice for our girl Kay in navigating this individual then? Interesting. After she talks about landlord in-house, energy shifted. Okay. They said, don't necessarily let it go and let God yet. Wait. I'm going to clarify that though. I want to see wait for what. Then landlord told her to move out. Okay. Yeah, because that's what I mean. She's a fire starter. She starts stuff and then plays victim. She doesn't know how she gets herself in these situations, but she should know because usually she makes the first move. It's always a less than smart one, which seems to be the problem. She mentioned sensing things. Is that what she told the landlord? Because they seem to be attracted to her energy because she's constantly a victim as well. I'm sure that some of them were present, I guess, energy that was kind of like in the home, I guess. But others came as a result of her. Others came as a result of her. Um, what's the result of the weight? What happens if she carries out the weight? She told me landlord picks on her. She's gonna have to stop that narrative of like basically being picked on, picked on, picked on, picked on, picked on. She needs to go into whatever hard drive is playing out in her 4-year-old self and update that program because it's not cute. She can't live the rest of her life being a victim of life itself. Don't get me wrong, I don't dispute that these people are picking on her. So this is what she's nosy. This is what they were saying. If you wait, you'll find a bit of a community in her, basically. You find a bit of a community in her because she's, I guess, a sensitive herself as well. I had my pendulum in the window. She peeked. Yeah. She herself has senses as well, but she has to be very careful about the power that she wields because she's, you know, I guess, activated unconsciously. She clearly isn't necessarily in a space where she has the support basically to allow her to learn how to navigate her powers, I guess, for lack of a better way of putting it, because she's feeding some of these spirits as well because of those victim narratives. That's why I said some of these spirits were here before her, but some of them arrived with her because of the way in which she tells and narrates stories. It's a thing that is basically like a 4-year-old experience that has created this narrative, the victim narrative. So maybe you have a conversation basically about stuff that happened in childhood and stuff like that. It was something around about the 4 or 5-year-old age, I guess, where things kind of, I guess, got however they got on that timeline. I don't know, because she just started creating these victim narratives from then, and it's kind of continued on. But yeah, they're saying, hold on, okay, don't throw her out just yet. Wait. She may be a community. Yeah, she may be a community. She may be looking basically for companionship and camaraderie. But she definitely has to work on her energy. Her mindset is the first thing. So if you are going to thing, and then also another thing as well, like she has certain character flaws. I'm not gonna lie. See, like the pettiness thing that you spoke about. Okay, cool. We all have our different levels and degrees of petty, right? But I think with her situation, she tends to be a little bit like she'll take things a little bit, I want to say, like too far, basically. I want to say too far. I think her boundaries are different. That's how I put it. Her boundaries are different in comparison. But yeah, for now, she can be somebody that I guess she needs some support and guidance to some degree, because they said, when I asked like what you should do, they said don't let her go just yet. Wait with the situation. When I asked why, because it said get more information, when I asked why, they said there's a potential for community there. There's block sacral there. That's a part of the problem, which is probably her situation. Basically, I guess you're presented there as a means to be able to assist her in working through this imbalance in her sacral chakra. She may be an assignment, I guess, on this timeline for you. I don't think she's from here, so to speak. What do you mean by that? Elaborate. I'm sensing she's similar to me but different. I don't think she's from here, so to speak. Yeah, it's interesting because they said that it will be a community, but her sacral's all the way off. What do you mean when you say different from you? Different how? Like she's an agent of chaos? We all got to play our part in the evolving process, man. Let me know though. Let me know when it comes to that one. That's what they're saying when it comes to that little situation, though. Wait it out. There is a potential for that to be like a community, not from Earth. Girl, I believe you. Okay. She needs to do better though with managing her energy. She's interesting. Yeah, she needs to do better with managing her energy. Her sacral's off. It's all out of whack. I guess you guys are aligning, because there's lots of things that I guess she can learn from you to be able to kind of like update a lot faster, basically, because I think potentially she hasn't necessarily had the guidance or the right support, I guess, to be able to unpack truly some of that stuff that you're intrigued by. Yeah, there's layers to her, but she's got to shift her energy. She's got lots going on in there. A few different character flaws that makes her like a bit of a repellent, I'm not gonna lie, to a lot of different types of people as well. And everybody isn't the problem. It's actually something that she has going on within herself. She definitely needs a cleanse, girl. She has a stank attitude at times too. They were showing me. It's funny. Because in my mind, they were like showing me like a little clothes peg thing and like just stank. The energy can sometimes just be stank. So yeah, she needs to work on that. But I hope that that was useful for you because you guys are clearly, I guess, building some sort of camaraderie. And be careful as well, as far as like just making sure that your energy stays protected. Yeah, because she does have attachments, I'm not gonna lie. She reminds me of when I was younger, and that's precisely it. Like that's why you can take her under your wings. She needs some guidance. Yeah, she seems to be a little bit out of whack, if you will. But let me know your second question, girl. She noticed my pendulum. A bit quiet. Intrigued though. She's definitely intrigued nonetheless. She might not have said nothing to your face, but she's thinking stuff. Sorry, guys. Kay donated for 3 questions. So she's going to give me her second question, and then her third question. And then I'm going to get back on. I'm going to get on, what's it called? Back to the free list. Okay. Hey, Manor. Free list is closed. We literally only have 1 slot available on the donation list. Yeah, donation. We're doing a donation reading at the minute for Kay, but I think Kay is having some lagging with her situation. Definitely a being sort of situation. Girl, we're all souls having this little human experience here. To be able to navigate it all, but let me know. Oh, there we go. Okay. Names. Give me the names of the 2 friends. Just so we can trigger their signatures, their energy signatures out there to read. In the ethers. See, now my black ass is cold. I'm cold. My arms are out and shit. Oh my God. It's such a hard world, like navigating a whole human. Okay. Give me the names of the friends, beautiful. What's going on in the background with K's two friends? J, K. Talk to me about it. Okay. Malapele. Okay, girl. I see you. I think Mina's out as well. Mina's knocked out at the minute. She's deep in sleep as well. I don't know if she's going to be able to sort of make it back in time. Talk to me about what's going on with J and K in the background, seeing as they haven't been communicating with our girl K. Talk to me about it. As clear as you can, guys. Come on. Yes, we won't know. Come on, guys. They haven't hung out with me. But one asked me, I knew anyone entangled with anything. But one asked me if I knew anyone entangled with anything. Well, that's what's going on that they know. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Damn. Yo, why are you being like that? Okay. Okay. Elaborate on that for me. Okay. There's some jealousy, I guess, that was sort of going on in the dynamics of all three of you, I guess, in the space. Did you ever feel like there was one person that was more possessive towards another in the dynamic with you guys? Just to sort of get some clarity, because that seems to be the undertone of what's sort of like playing out at the minute. It's definitely intentional, I guess, the omitting you out of certain situations or experiences, or forgetting to tell you, right? When it comes down to certain situations, that's definitely been intentional and calculated, I guess, just because there's a certain dynamic. I guess you change the dynamic of the situation. Yeah, you change the dynamic of the situation a little bit. But I had to ask possession, because it seemed like the situation regrettably had some how can I put it? It's blossoming for them, but okay, it seems like it's blossoming for them, but it came at a cost, basically. There seems to be a dynamic between all three of you guys where you shift the dynamic a little bit. It seems like it, definitely. Sorry, I'm seeing something about the jealousy, so I want to sort of unpack that a little bit, to get a little bit more clarity about what that is, because they're showing me that that dynamic is what's actually blossoming whatever's going on right now. Talk to me a little bit about this then. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Question to you. Have you recently sort of had, I guess, a bit of a breakthrough in your circumstances you've been navigating? So I can get a little bit of understanding about what they're talking to me about here as well. Because they're showing me that the jealousy dynamic or the envy situation, basically, one and the two, they're very similar, stems from a wish fulfillment, basically, things kind of like being harmonious, things kind of falling into a place. So did you recently sort of come into, a breakthrough, if you will? And when did the shift start as well? Was it in the last moon cycle? Was it in the last full moon cycle? Just so that I can understand as well, because there may be some stuff that you were releasing where, you know, they might not necessarily be in alignment right now per se as well, because you guys are manifesting your dynamics with and without each other is one of the things that they're sort of like putting across to me with it as well. Hey, my YouTube account, I moved. Okay. Girl, we are literally not even anywhere close to you. Okay, don't worry. We're on a donation question, and we've got one more question on the donation question to go, and then we're getting back to the free list. We've got Love Ma to go, just to show you how far we are back on the list, and Love Ma's already posted their question, so I'm going to read it when it's that time. What kind of shift? Well, that would be, I guess, a shift in essence. So basically, what I was noticing with the dynamics, it was almost like they started to bond, basically, as because the envy situation, they're now bonding over, I guess, where they are in their situation, in their circumstances, with you kind of like having your move. Are you far at all? Let me ask you that question as well. Are you still close by, so that I can understand the dynamics there? Because this is intentional. I guess they're leaving you out intentionally. It's not something that's like an unconscious thing. Um, that's interesting. Thank you, Ultra Ego. August, I noticed changes. Yeah. Oh no, I figured what you meant, girl. Don't worry. What was going on in August in that time? Because basically they're letting me know that there's some undertone of unspoken resentments, basically. He asked me for her number. For no. Okay. 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 He asked for the number in August. And okay. Yeah. I think what's going on as far as like the undertone of their situation, from what I can see, I started new job. I think they actually just kind of feel some type of way that your life is elevating. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think you've done anything beautiful. I think your life is just moving on. And I think um, without having, I guess, an open dialogue or conversation, I think they perhaps are creating these narratives of what your new life is like. And yeah, they're just kind of like writing the story differently. They seem to get on okay though. Well, that's precisely the situation. I don't think it's anything. I don't think that it's anything to do with you. I think it's more to do with stuff that has been internalized that hasn't actually been expressed on their end. Um, I think that, sometimes the best way that I can put it as well, like sometimes, the people are friends, right, that are there for us in situations as our life sort of like shifts and changes. I think that sometimes as our life elevates, like they want to be happy for us, but it's hard depending on where they are in their own life and their own situations. Um, Now your previous reading makes sense. What part of it is aligning for you in this current timeline that you're able to sort of get clarity with? Because I think I mentioned something, people distance from my mum, then resurfaced. Okay. 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 So you finally arrived at that timeline. Okay. Yeah. There seems to be some moving of like, I guess, ornaments. Life ornaments is what they call us and all these things or whatever. But there seems to be some movement of life ornaments, they're saying. Things are being moved around the board, if you will. Interestingly enough, mm, there's unspoken stuff when it comes to the dynamic between the three of you guys. I don't think you're going to get the answers that you might be looking for either, because I think that these shadows, okay, the stuff that isn't necessarily being spoken of, um, they're comfortable with having them that way, but there's a little bit of jealousy, I guess. There's a little bit of envy with certain situations that are taking place. Let me see what your guidance is in navigating through this. I think with their dynamic as well, it's not anything to be too concerned about. I think right now, um, rejection's always God's protection. So you're kind of getting your opportunity, I guess, to see your way, you know, in your own little space. Like you're focused on your new timelines that you've kind of like manifested for yourself anyways. But let's see, what's the advice then for Kane navigating through these guys? Because it seems like there's still some unspoken stuff here with these guys and the dynamics that they're navigating through. Thank you. What does that mean? Okay. Okay. They're sort of saying with the situation, I guess there's not necessarily success to come from this situation, so it won't necessarily last for too long, is what they're trying to put across. But whatever's sort of like playing out right now, they're saying is kind of going to bring things back into balance for the most part in the course of the next few months. So it's going to take about 3 to 4 months for this sort of energy or dynamic between you guys to kind of dissipate. But this dynamic is showing up for a deeper reason, actually. And I think some of those things may need to be addressed I guess at a later stage, because I don't know that now is the best time to have those conversations. But yeah, I think obviously your life is elevating and going into different directions. I think I remember having conversations with you as well about people that are going to sort of, just naturally be moving, a couple of people that were going to actually just be moving out of your orbit naturally. If I don't recall, if I do recall, it was a while ago as well. But yeah, the guidance for you on the situation is just to kind of like let things play out over the course of the next few months. 3 to 4 months, you'll get a little bit more clarity on the situation. Right now, there's more to the story. The undertone of it is that it is intentional, it is consciously being done, as far as like choosing to kind of like keep you on the outskirts of everything. And I guess the answers to why is going to reveal itself to you over the course of the next 3 to 4 months when it comes to that situation. So yeah, interesting though. Complicated. I think that there's other aspects to the situation that you guys just don't discuss, and I don't know what's going to trigger those types of conversations, to be fair. Not because you're scared or anything of having the conversation. I think that there's one particular individual who's not comfortable with having certain types of conversations in the dynamic that you guys share. So that's what keeps the delay of it all. But I hope that that was useful for you with the situation for the most part. I don't know how useful, but yeah, 3 to 4 months, you get some clarity on that as to why things are the way that it is right now. Sorry, y'all. Let me know your final question as well. Beautiful. Kay's putting her third and final question out there because she paid for 3 donation questions. After that, we'll get back onto the free list, guys. What are some of the things that you guys are manifesting this eclipse season? You look beautiful. I figured. Thank you. Okay, you want some love insights. General? General love question or love reading? Sorry, I'm talking to Kay, guys. I'm going to assume that it's a general love reading. Sometimes we get a little bit lagging on her end. And then vice versa, the comments are a little bit lagging on my end. but I'm going to assume that's a general reading. Okay, I'm going to presume it's a general love reading because I'm not sure where I am in the lagging process. But yeah, general love for Kay. So give me some insights. What does she need to know? Okay. Thank you. Elaborate for me. Thank you. BTW, on the previous situation with the two friends, they're saying to me that it may be the feminine in the dynamics who may be a little bit perturbed, I guess, a little bit envious of your situation. And she's basically been advising on not necessarily wanting to have you at places, just on a sidebar, because they were just telling me that part. And I'm assuming I'm doing obviously a general read on love here. So I'm just sort of doing a general situation. I'm not too sure because it seems to be quite lagging. So I've just gone into a general read. I'm not sure how current the speed is with me. I don't know where you are in the process of our interaction or engagement because it seems a bit lagging. Or I don't know if you're getting my feedback quick enough, but yeah. General read, they want to sort of like put across there isn't necessarily in terms of love and what's sort of like going on, there is no reconciliation when it comes to sort of putting past situations back together. You're actually navigating through releasing codependency in those situations and those dynamics. And some of those individuals had codependent aspirations, for lack of a better way of putting it. That was pretty much the only way that the dynamic was going to be working, and you're kind of breaking away from certain aspects of that nature. So yeah, one of the things as to why those dynamics wasn't necessarily going to be working, I guess, with some of the people from your past as well, is that in terms of like romance stuff, it seems as though they themselves, I guess, had their own, I guess, envy of their inability to strategize. That's really where their envy comes from. Like you're able to basically get the shit done. Basically, you set your mind to something, you kind of like apply the stages and steps to make sure that you execute and get it done. That was something that was a little bit, that was a skill, I guess, that past lovers kind of had their own little envy about, because it's a struggle and a challenge for them to be able to organize their own lives. And yeah, they're sort of like putting across that when it comes to romance situation, there's no reconciliation from those past situations as well. Right now, you're kind of like going through a bit of a purging season as well, because they're saying that there is no getting to know each other when it comes to certain situations. There is no sort of codependence as well in the dynamic, no codependency in the situation. Interesting. What do you see in terms of romance for the future situation? Okay. What do you see when it comes to romance? Thank you. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Oh, okay. We love that. We love, love, love. Okay. Time. Okay. Okay, so in the romance situation, just under 8 months from now, there's something coming in, someone coming in that's a little bit more stable in that, stable in that situation, stable enough to be able to kind of bring a different dynamic to the situation, to sort of help bring things into balance. But they don't necessarily come in until, like I said, just under 8 months. So 7 months and a little bit, 7 months, 19 days potentially. But yeah, just under 8 months from now is where you find a new significant, something that is significant in terms of romance class. It's not just something that's fleeting or questionable. It's something that feels stable, it feels strong, it feels secure. I think what they're showing is that you're kind of like purging some of the old standards in romance class. So some of the things that they were talking about, like letting go of the codependency and all that kind of stuff, and I guess, lovers, if you will, having instead of them basically being unorganized, right? They're coming in with their own sort of like being able to be organized, being able to sort of show up. They'll fall short in places, but for the most part, they're reliable and they themselves are self-sufficient, so they can actually show up and lend more to your situation as well. But that's a situation that's going to play out over the course of the next few months. What are we now? April. So we're looking at like towards the end of the year, basically, for something a little bit more secure going into next year, I guess. But yeah, safe to say, I don't think it's something from the past. It seems like it's something that's newer, that's fresher. I'm not necessarily sure of the dynamics, I guess, of how this all aligns, which is probably why it takes some time. But yeah, you're in the purging season, I guess. I hope that that was useful for you, because I'm not sure if you wanted a general read or not, or if you had a question in mind. I can't tell. It was lagging too much, but you didn't sort of come back on anything. So I'm presuming that that was pretty much it, and it was okay. If it is, let me know. But yeah, thank you for your time and questions, my love. I'm not sure where you are on the YouTube stuff, because it seems like once we start to get into it, you start to lag, or I start to lag on your end. I'm not sure what way around it is, but then it gets a little bit, yeah, it's a little bit hard to keep the momentum going in the space, with a little bit of a lag. But I hope that that was useful for you. I'm not even sure if you're still in the space, or what the dynamic is. But yeah, 7 months or so, towards the end of the year, I felt a guy returning. I honestly, I think that there's people here. Love Ma, I think is up next. Yeah, Love Ma's up next. I've got Love Ma's question as well. Love Ma, are you here? Because I've got your question. I'm going to pop that up on screen there. I felt a guy returning. Yeah, it's a case of some stuff from the past, basically, kind of like purging out. I don't know what's going on with your situation, Kay. Obviously, I like to have a little bit of like engagement and interaction, because then I can like really unpack the stuff, which is probably why my like readings are so long for the most part. But that was a struggle because we weren't necessarily able to interact. I couldn't even tell if you were in the room, to be honest. But yeah, I hope that that was useful nonetheless. I don't know what I was able to sort of give from the basics on the general. But yes, I'm going to go into Love Ma's question. Love Ma, are you here? Let me know that as well. And then I'm going to go back to highlighting the free list just to sort of see who we've got here. So we've got Love Ma next, Ultra Egos next, we've got Firefly afterwards. Okay, so you guys are like the three. And then we've got Malapele, and we've got Ash 13. We've got Sammy. We've got Mina, who's not been here all night, so I doubt she's going to be able to wake up. I saw old guy's name. Oh, she's definitely lagged. She's definitely lagging. Okay. You're lagging, beautiful. I'm sorry. Thank you, beautiful. Sorry. I would have really liked to sort of like unpack the stuff like in it. But yeah. I do think that there's some stuff from the past that is playing out in sequences right now in some of your thing. Hey, my YouTube account. Okay, so Love Ma, who do we have in the room at the minute? Yeah, we've just finished up Kay. Love Ma's next. They did put that question out there, but they're not here, and I think that that's unfair for other people who are here, sort of like sat waiting to get a question answered. So I may bypass the question, I'm not gonna lie, and go on to the next person that's present. I know it's long sitting around and waiting for a good couple of hours. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Love Ma. But if you're not here, just like I have Mina in the chat because she's sleeping, it's like Ramadan and they've got like crazy different patterns, I guess, in terms of prayer times as well. So I can understand why she's not necessarily here. Somebody can get that slot, you know. Yeah, we just want to sort of like apply ourselves, because people are sort of like sat in here as well, or coming in and out to see what they can sort of like do, right? Love More, I'm going to go to your question. I think I had it on the screen previously, but then I wanted to show the list. Okay, so let me just come back to the comments as well, just so that I don't miss anything in the chat. I put it out here. How is the space between Ian and Stav in terms of her feelings? Okay. How's Stav's feelings towards Ian? Basically, I'm presuming that's what you're asking. Okay. 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 From what I'm seeing with the situation, she's kind of being methodical about the situation. Sorry. You know that I put off the heater, I'm getting a little bit chilly. Might have to go and put back on my jumper, y'all. That might be a thing. With the situation, sorry, I'm seeing she's trying to be methodical about how she approaches the situation with him. I think for the most part, there seems to be a fear on her part of basically, I don't know if she's using him for his money, but do you ever get that sense? Sorry, I just got to ask the question, girl. And again, when I say using him for his money, it may just be one of the benefits, basically, of being in a situation. But I have to ask that question because they seem to be talking about how the dynamics is beneficial to her and why she's being methodical in. Yeah. Okay, so that's the situation. That ain't changed, and your feelings were right, basically. Yeah, she's being methodical. She's using him for money because she's actually sort of I guess she's not necessarily where she needs to be herself, right? Otherwise, why would she need to use him to get there? But also, she's the type of person, selfishly, who will might be in a position to have and would still take yours. She seems to be that type of character. So yeah, she's just being methodical about the situation, and this for her is more so a little bit of money grab, to be fair. Will she leave him? Let's have a little look. Because she's being methodical about it, girl. I'm not gonna lie. Do you see separation on the cards for these two in that case? Don't necessarily see separation. Okay. I know she don't. I don't think she does. She don't want him, but she does want what he can provide. She doesn't want him per se, but she is using him for his money. Sorry, I'm gonna like put out a whole little situation that they got going on here. They're telling me a little story, so I'm letting it unfold here. Okay. And I'm going to apologize if I keep yawning, guys. It's after midnight, okay? We're now about to go through the free list, and I may actually just end up closing out the donation list, even though we've got one more on there. Okay. So they're giving me a bit of a situation about how everything's going to be playing out. No, for the most part, it seems as though she's willing to make compromises. Like I said, she's methodical in the way that she's navigating the situation, and this is a money grab for her. So she's going to be navigating the situation very tactfully, at least for the next year or so. She's got plans. Okay. She's got plans for what it is that she's doing. I want to say a year to 15 months or so. But yeah, that's it really. Yeah, that's it. I don't really know what else to say. But your intuition was right. She doesn't necessarily want him, but she's still going to keep using him and playing him to get what she wants from him. And then, hold on, sorry. My eyes, I feel very fidgety today. And then they're going to go to a point where there's no recovery, basically. I think it's a situation that happens probably around about 16 months from now, because she plays the game fairly well up until that point. Yeah. And then Ian is going to learn, once he gets casted out in the cold, he's going to learn a little bit more about what he should have been focusing on, and some of the, I guess, red flags that he missed in the process. Yeah, because he's going to use and abuse himself for at least the next year or so. So, like, by being in this dynamic. But yeah, it'll fizzle out, I guess. It will serve its time and it will do what it needs to do and fizzle. I think he kind of wakes up and sees that he's being taken for granted, realizes that he's being used, and he gets to the point where he's had enough. How silly he is. Well, girl, listen. People do some strange things in life. I'm learning. Each to their own. But I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. Thank you for stepping into the space and waiting all of 2 hours plus to get that done. Okay. Right. Thank you. Who do we have next on the list? I think we've got Ultra Ego. Ultra Ego, I think it's finding your go. No? Let's go back to the list. Yep, Ultra Ego. It's your go. Finally. Firefly. Hold tight. You're next as well. Hey, Ultra Ego. How you doing? All good. You start getting your question ready, Firefly. Yeah. start getting it ready, because then I can store it. Damn. Okay. Sorry, I'm having to like start all the comments so I can. Okay, so the question is, because you guys will ask me one question and then deviate onto another question, which is why I find myself in here till all hours of the night, but we're deviating from said path. Nonetheless, I'm like on to clear-cut questions at the minute, because I'm going to be sharing a lot less time in these spaces because of how long it takes, and I won't have the bandwidth or capacity to continue to maintain moving forward. So that's why we're even doing twice a month at this point. And that will at some point dissipate as well, because I won't have the capacity to be able to maintain. So just to clarify said question, the question, ultra ego wisdom, is that you'd like a general read about the job you're starting next week. Yeah. I think my question is complicated, but at the same time, I just still have that feeling. Yeah, because I think that you were actually sharing. I think you were actually sharing a little bit of your own personal hope and desire in there. But the question itself was actually a general reading on the job that you're starting next week, which I get. And if anything comes up around love, then you feel as though that resonates with your dynamic with Zara, I think is what you were sort of saying. Basically, yes. Okay. Okay, Firefly changed their question as well. Okay, thank you guys. I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna start that one as well, Firefly, for when the time comes, so we can dive into it a little bit. Yes, always correct from what you said. Okay, cool. We're on the same page, guys. Lights, camera, action. Okay. We want a bit of a general read for Ultra Ego when it comes to the work situation. Is there anything he needs to know about this new space that he's going into that you'd like to share with him? All right. Thank you. I appreciate it, Firefly. Okay. Talk to me. Thank you. Okay. Talk to me about it. Interesting. Like the clarity. Okay. The honesty, which is why I need a clarification. Oh, good. Oh, good. Interesting. Okay, so plus I love the deep dives you do. Well, we're about to dive deep. I was going to ask you, how are you with constructive feedback as far as like critical analysis? Because straight off the bat, one of the things that they're sort of like advising is that obviously as you kind of like navigate through the process over the course of the next 5 weeks or so, it's going to be heavy on the critique of what it is that you're doing. And I think it's a case of like not letting that penetrate you too much. Good. It's a case of letting that not penetrate you too much, because one of the things that they're sort of like saying is that you're going to also have to sort of find your patience when you're navigating through stuff as well, and not necessarily be too hasty in terms of like making certain movements, but also not be too hesitant as well. It's about finding the right balance, being in the situation, not overthinking things too much. Sorry, they're talking really, really fast on this one. Oh, sorry, I didn't even bring your question up. My bad. Here's your question. Let me pop it back up on the screen here. Oh, let me go back. I'm very patient as well. Well, that's good. Those skills are going to serve you well in what it is that you're doing. So definitely keep that moving and flowing, because it's going to be important. Sorry, we moved and past it. How the hell did I get back? Okay, there we go. This is a question, sorry, that we're reading about Ultra Ego's new job. And this is where we are. That is my issue, to be honest. I overstress a whole lot. Well, that's the thing. The overthinking part you're going to have to work on. Just when you find yourself sort of like overthinking, it means that too many thoughts are basically flowing through the dome at once. So just take a minute to sort of like breathe. And I know that I do control my anger about a whole load of situations. Good. Breathing helps to just oxygenate the mind a little bit, and it also actually shifts your hormone. It shifts your hormones, but it also shifts your it helps to be able to shift your emotional state as well. So when you breathe, you bring oxygen to the mind is oxygenated, and then you have the ability to be able to choose a different emotion, basically, because there's a new one every 17 seconds. It's like a bus, but they run every 17 seconds. So you get to choose a new one. One of the things as well that they're showing me with this situation is that this is definitely a rebirthing season for you. Personally, just in terms of like some of the things that you're actually trying to do. What's the role, if you don't mind me asking, because they're sort of like explaining to me that this is a stepping stone for yourself in terms of like some of the things that you want to do long term, but this isn't, this is kind of like a starting point for you to be able to kind of just, navigate the situation. So what's the current role that you're sort of like going into? And let me continue with what I'm doing here. It's a call center role, which you predicted a few months back. Okay, glad that you've arrived on the timeline. It's going to be good for you to be able to sort of utilize your people skills, because I think that's really what you're there to do with that. In that environment, you're basically there to optimize that skill set as well. And you learn a lot as well. It will help you with your indecision a little bit, and it will help you with the indecision sort of like comes from overthinking, right? And the overthinking comes from wanting to basically like project in a way that you're able to be received, so like your intentions not misinterpreted type thing. So that's the perfect place for you to basically work on that skill set. So that's what you're going to really be able to kind of like navigate in this space. It's going to be a tricky 5 weeks, okay, initially, but after the 5 weeks you seem to sort of like feel a little bit more at ease, like you've settled a little bit better. What else does Ultra Ego needs to know? The work side of things I can control and make notes, making sure I revise. Okay, what else does he need to know? Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, that's the rebirthing season. Okay. This is also an opportunity for you to sort of like there were certain things that have basically certain projects, I guess. I don't know. They're sort of like putting it across that certain things that had basically been blocked before. It's just the other side when I met new people and stuff like that. I tend to overthink. Yeah. That's what I was saying. Like, you don't want to be misinterpreted. So sometimes it's a little bit tricky to figure out, how to be able to sort of like project, but you'll be fine. It's a nice little space and they receive you well as well. Um, you're going through a little bit of a rebirth as well in terms of just certain injustices. What I mean by that is like certain situations that haven't necessarily been able to play out, certain things that has basically been blocked. Plus, I feel like I can rebirth and not think about my past. While you're going through a rebirth all round. Interestingly enough, and it's so funny because this is like a triple arcana, major arcana situation. It's so funny because even the dynamics of the situation, this is a really, really big transit for you, basically. It might feel like a small thing on the grand scheme of things, but it's actually something that's really significant to like some of the stuff that is going on internally as well. Certain creative blockages that you've been navigating through as well. Like you'll start to be able to sort of like plan differently and do things differently, especially thinking about the same girl all day every day. Now I can imagine. And this also opens up the door for you to be able to be a little bit more open to the flow of things as well, and how things actually sort of like unfolds when it comes to the romance stuff. I think obviously some of these blockages that you've been navigating through, some of them are very much kind of like, self-imposed. You're taking your time to be able to sort of like navigate through the situation. And sometimes it can feel a little bit overwhelming. So give yourself time when it comes to that. I don't think that there's anything imminently on the horizon in that space directly, sort of like as soon as you get in there. I think it takes a little while as well. You do find, I guess, someone that you're attracted to in the space, but it's not necessarily straight away when you go in there. It's kind of like a good few months into the gig. And I guess you guys kind of like are friends. I don't necessarily think it develops into anything romantically. Um, but I think that being able to sort of like have that interaction also helps you to nurture yourself through the previous situation that you're navigating through as well. And it is a welcome distraction, basically, from what was the norm situation when it comes to, just engaging with your past situation. Yeah. So that person, and you guys have a really, I guess, cool friendship as well. They're pretty out there as well. So they kind of like push you out of your own comfort zone as well. And I think that that's one of the things that you like about them, that they basically challenge you to do things that you wouldn't necessarily naturally sort of like think to do. And that's kind of like what makes the friendship works, even though it should be the thing that makes it doesn't work. It's interesting. I guess because you're up for the challenge, it does make it work. And you're open to expanding yourself in all these places as well. Yeah, seems like you guys have a good summer actually together. I feel like they sort of like, I want to say they come in towards like mid to end July as far as the dynamics that I see between you guys. Um, yeah, it's an interesting situation there. I do think that initially there's feelings that like it's almost like you trip and catch some feelings, right? and then you kind of have to like navigate through the confusion of those feelings and where you guys are, what you guys are doing, and just kind of like making it clear with each other about what you're doing with the situation. um but yeah, you're there for a good little while as well. You learn some stuff whilst you're there. um There's one guy, I guess, one guy who has, he's a manager, but nobody really takes him seriously, but he takes his job so seriously. And people actually take the piss about the fact that he takes his job so seriously, which is why nobody takes him seriously. It's kind of like an inside joke type thing. But yeah, that's probably the only person that I guess I can give you a forewarning on. Not anything to be too concerned about. It's just people that get a little bit overzealous with responsibility, basically, and them having said responsibility given to them, having it, their ego runs away with itself a little bit. But yeah, it's weird you say July when that month is the same month I met from the past. Okay, that's interesting. Well, there's definitely a cycle playing out for you around about that time. Obviously, you're in a place of relief and release at the same time. So it'll be interesting. Now you get to set the pace of a new cycle basically during that season, and how you navigate the process is up to you. You get to obviously take on the lessons of what you've learned in the past and do differently, I guess, in the present situations moving forward. Like I said, when you get to the job, I don't know why, but it seems like they're not necessarily directly there initially. I don't know what that situation is. Maybe they sort of come on later on during the summer season, but yeah, mid-July times, it seems like things are picking up there nicely. Um, yeah, you get to sort of like get back into some of your old disciplines, I guess. Just kind of like figuring out some of the things that you're doing, just getting back into your social life, becoming a little bit more of a social butterfly again, and kind of like moving out of certain channels that you've been in for the last 5 months or so. They're sort of showing me that it's a shift of the sequences of the last 5 months. That's going to be taking place with this situation. Okay, that's what's up. We love that for you. Okay, what's the guidance then for a guy, ultra ego, navigating this space? Make it very clear, please. Okay. Thank you. To be honest, since the past girl I kept having a connection with, I have not been socially happy. I know. That's why this is a situation is so funny. So they're saying that the unlikely heir will clear, obviously, and there's no need to worry. Like that's I guess your assignment for this period of what you're navigating through. There's no need to worry. Worry isn't necessarily like a factor with what you're navigating through. Like you've kind of, the worst is behind you, if you will, is what they're sort of saying as far as like for this particular period of time. Now you'll be sort of like going back into more of a really, I guess, reliving that version of yourself during those moments. I know it was a different experience because of how you guys were engaging and how you guys were interacting and everything like that, but I guess you'll get a second chance opportunity to be able to engage in something similar with a different outcome, and ultimately a different dynamic when it comes to the situation. So yeah. Oh, I did catch you. Sorry. When you're trying to catch a fly, I did catch him. But yeah. I hope that that was useful for you, though. It seems like you just kind of need to be open and, yeah, let the waves unfold. Lots of good stuff in the future for you. So thank you for stopping in and letting me know that you've arrived on the timeline. We love that for you. That's what's up. And you enjoy it. Okay? Yeah, you should feel good. You manifested it. You did that. That's what's up. We love that for you. Okay, y'all. Let's see who we got on the list. Next on the list, we have Firefly, and then we have Malapele. We've got Ash13, we've got Sammy, and my YouTube account. So we didn't get a thingy together. We didn't get a standby list together, but we're going to check in and see when we get round to anybody who isn't here. Malapele, I haven't seen. Who's next? And Ash I haven't seen for a minute since we started, but I'm sure she pops like in and out as well. Sammy pops in and out. So hopefully they've got somebody, I guess, circulating. Otherwise, they may miss the opportunity. Okay, Malapele, you're here. Okay, cool. So you're next. And then we've got Ash and Sammy. And Mina, we haven't seen the entire time. So that's probably the only one window of opportunity, I guess. But obviously, when it's her go, if she's not here by then, we skip her, go to my YouTube account, and then add the final person in her place, basically. Yeah, but that was a while ago. I haven't seen Mina comment since I've come properly on, so I don't know if she's passed out. Usually she'll like update the list every time I finish and stuff. But I think she's passed out. Even when I was like out at the shop and stuff earlier, because I told you guys I had to pop to the shop before it closes. She wasn't. I meant, yeah. She was commenting. Yeah, she wasn't. Yeah, she hasn't been on since the live actually started. But I think she's sleeping, like deep sleep. That was the download that I got. She's sleeping through this one tonight. It's all good though. She's exhausted, so she deserves it. Yeah, she is sleeping. She is sleeping. She's in deep sleep, girl. She's in stage 3 sleep. She ain't coming back. Not tonight. Okay, let's see. We are gonna go to Firefly. Your question, because I think there was a few parts to it, right? So I'm gonna read all parts and then go back to like your abbreviated version. So I extended myself a bit with Mr. J sprinkling some bright charm. So I extended myself a bit with Mr. J, sprinkling some bright charm, and he reacted excitedly. He hasn't really initiated anything, like you said. He more passive. What has he planned for me or us, and what can be done to improve the situation or move forward in the current energies of this connection? Okay, that question was okay. What has he planned for us with advice on the situation to move forward? That question was okay. I could work with this question. Oh, Malapela, you've put your question out there. Okay, I'm going to star that. Just so that we've got that there nice and ready. Thank you, Malapele. Oh, damn, Mina, look at you. I was just saying that you ain't gonna be back. Period. Deep stage 3 sleep. I guess you heard that one. It was like, must get to the light. No, you're good, beautiful. I'm good. We've been putting the word out to call you in for a minute. I know you weren't sleeping. I know you weren't, girl. I was like, listen, she's in stage 3. She deep. because I sent the guides to get you a while ago, but they were like, nah, she's sleeping, and your body was tired and exhausted, so they didn't want to force you up. So yeah. Ari says, well, there goes my chance to get a read. I was just gonna say the same thing, Ari. I was like, yeah, Mina, Ari was praying on your spot. She was like, it's really hard. You know, I just slept right before the live. OMG. The hard. Listen, I know, beautiful. You're good. I usually always get reads when you go live. But yeah, no, you're good. You're good, girl. Divine timing. Mina's guys were like, girl, if you don't get in there now, they're talking about giving your spot away. You better get up. No, it's not your turn, but we're coming to your turn soon enough. We were just anticipating whether you were going to be here or not for your turn, but that was hilarious. Okay. Listen, it's too funny. Right, Firefly Magic. Thank you, beautiful. So we've got Malapele, they've put out their question already. Then we've got Ash, Sammy, okay, we'll add. Okay, so where we are is Firefly Magic. We had a couple of donations and they've already been done. There's, I guess, one donation spot open. And that's about it. We'll see how the rest of it goes though. Hey Ash, you in the building too. Okay, so Melapele's already put out their question as well. So yeah, we're good to go. We're rolling, guys. We are cooking tonight. Right, so let's have a look at the situation with Mr. J. Thank you, beautiful. There we go. Right, Mr. J. What has Mr. J planned for Firefly Magic? Okay. Thank you. Interesting. Okay. That's nice. I extended my energy a bit more so he clued up. I like him. Yeah. This is interesting because I was going to say one of the things that basically is shown up on the card, but without being obvious. No, I feel you, beautiful. We'll see how I feel when I get to, I guess, that point of the readings because I'm already a little bit as it is. I know you guys have seen me have a couple of yawns in here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We're like halfway in at this point. It depends on how quick I get through these as well and what the question is and how quick I can get through that as well. So we'll see when I get to the end of it. But yeah, so with this particular individual, I like them. I like them for you. So with this situation, it's kind of like showing me that they're kind of like bringing an end, basically. They're bringing an end to cycles of selfishness, cycles where you potentially weren't necessarily taken for granted. You weren't cycles where you were taken for granted. He's sort of like wanting to come in to bring an end to those types of cycles. very much a planner, very much somebody who likes to decide, I guess, where he's going rather than just let life kind of like take him where he's going. So yeah, they seem to be somebody who comes in wanting the best, I guess, for you. They're not all the way clear on what the vision is. I'm not going to sort of like say that they've got it all figured out and all planned out and everything, but for the most part, they have an intention that they're working towards, and that intention's to basically make sure that you're priority and that that you're priority to some degree. Okay, are they a vibrational match to said intent? I'm yet to know him better. Yeah. Yeah, I think he has the desire basically to be able to, because he's kind of, yeah, he's a nice person just in general. But he's also a protector. He's also somebody who kind of there's a certain way that he likes to sort of present himself when it comes to sort of situations as well. But yeah, he definitely liked to look after you and make sure that you know that you're a priority and that you do matter. I think he's kind of like one of the, I guess, agents sent in to assist you with updating your self-worth, like he treats you accordingly to the value of what you're worth, and his values are very similar to your own, so you guys share symmetry in that way. I got the vibe he's decent, so was really drawn to him, and he is actually genuinely a decent person, genuinely decent guy even. He tends to be somebody who likes to be in control of his own dynamics and what's going on in his space. And I think like sometimes he might need some talking to, I guess. Like sometimes he can be a little bit like rigid in some cases, but at the same time, he can move. He's not just rigid and stagnant, he's rigid and movable, which is a good, I guess, reflection or aspect to sort of have, right? I keep going hot and cold. This is bloody weird. I'm hot again now. I'm like to the point of sweating. And the heater's off, but I'm boiling. Okay, that's what we're doing. I'm overheating actually. But yeah, sorry, I'm getting real hot. I don't know what the hell that is. Let me move this cushion. Maybe the cushion was making me hot. It's hard to keep up with this weather, actually. But yeah, nice guy, has good intentions for you. Let's see how things actually play out for you guys moving forward. Okay. How do you see things? Okay. Okay. I have a feeling I may have manifested him, but didn't realize the person I desired was right in front of me. Didn't expect it. That paragraph, okay, is interesting because they're sort of like putting across that the situation, there's been an expressed, I guess, an expressed love. How can I put it? What's the words, guys? Yeah, I think he's kind of expressed his care, but it wasn't necessarily anything that was taken too seriously, or he's expressed, his admiration for just your qualities in times basically where you probably weren't necessarily looking at yourself in those ways. But I guess moving forward, I don't know that it's fully going to develop into something because you guys, yeah, I think you guys still have to figure out those dynamics of the situation. Yeah, you guys would have to figure out the dynamics of the situation. I don't know that it fully develops into something. I think that there may be conversation to be had about the possibility of the attraction that's there. But I think that there might be some factors that still needs to be worked out when you guys do have that conversation. So I think it's complicated actually when it comes to the dynamics with the two of you guys. Yeah, I think that when it comes to the situation, it may not necessarily manifest itself into a full-blown relationship situation. It may be in a limbo thing, like on intentionally for a good period of time to the point where I don't know, you guys will have to make a decision. You guys like basically are so busy being like methodical with the situation to the point where you might be so methodical you miss windows of opportunity, I guess, is what they're saying with the situation. So I'm not sure if it will actually manifest into something. Will it be safe for me to express my feelings to him? I think wording is everything. I think you want to take the time as well to kind of like fully define what it is that you feel before you have that conversation, because that's what I said. I think it's going to be it's going to take a conversation between you guys to really be able to sort of clarify the situation and how you guys actually move forward. Yeah, I think being able to sort of take the time and think to yourself, okay, what is it that I want from this situation, and what is it that he's sort of like providing? And yeah, I think maybe having the conversation, he'll be pleasantly surprised himself as well. Yeah, yeah. I think it would be a welcome conversation for you guys to sort of have. And it's a conversation for you guys to have. I think he'd be open to that discussion. And I think you'd find that he'd be expressive as well in that space. But the choice is you guys. I don't think that it's like an inevitable as such in terms of the probability when it comes to this situation. I think it's something that you guys have the chance opportunity to decide whether you want to engage with each other in that dynamic. And so he's still not quite clued up. I fancy him. I think he's not necessarily like looking at the situation that way because he doesn't want to be assumptive. And again, it goes with his character. He's not really arrogant like that. It's more a case of him like trying not to think too highly of himself, but at the same time, he'd be flattered to know that you share like expressions for him, like feelings for him. So I think it's worth having a conversation. And I think you guys will both be pleasantly surprised by each other actually in this space. Okay, beautiful. Guidance for a girl. So he wouldn't think he's been super hot. He just isn't looking at himself like that. Okay. Come on. Thank you. Yeah, they're saying there's something better than the no romance situation. You kind of just have to be assertive with it. Yeah, you have to be assertive with it, beautiful. It's just one of those questions, I guess. One of those situations where you make a decision, you execute, and you let the rest unfold, right? That part. But I hope that that was useful for you, my love. I hope that that was useful for you. Okay, so where are we? Wish I didn't need to take charge. It just so happens to be one of those situations, my love. Just so happens to be one of those situations. Oh, good, beautiful. Let me know how it goes with the situation when you guys do actually have the conversation whenever I get back in here. Because I'm not going to lie, guys, it's a challenge. I'm trying to get in on TikTok on Wednesday, and I'll see how I get on. We'll see how I get on. I have a desire to do other things at the minute, to be honest. I'm not necessarily all the way motivated. I need a lot of courage to speak with him, to be clear with him, because you speak with him anyways. But yeah, pray on it, sit and give it some time for it to be delivered, and that will be the perfect opportunity for you to show yourself how much courage you do have, because all God's going to do is, give you more access to what you already possess and allow you to show yourself what you're made of. So go you. Things on my end are, I guess, I want to say chaotic, but that's like normal life for me. I'm like trying to get things aligned, I guess, in terms of like my missions and assignments and stuff like that. I was showing the guys photos of the project. I'm going to put it out on the community tab, the Uganda project. We've got the sanitary towels now. We've put we've popped some of those samples. A few girls in some schools where we've selected 5 schools. We've got 5 girls from each school that's getting a couple of sanitary towels to basically sample, give us some reviews, and then we're going to obviously sort of like go back into production and get those on the market. The rest of the samples that we have left at the minute from our initial first round. So that program, or that, I guess, is developing really nicely, but I'm working at other things basically. This is nice, and I like coming in and hanging out with you guys, but I don't know that it's the long-term desire for me, and I'm still trying to figure out what that is exactly and what that looks like. So yeah, I prayed for you and your well-being. Thank you, beautiful. I was saying to the guys, that's why I was out last week as well. I actually had Mother Nature pay me a visit. So you guys' prayers did work, I guess, actually, fairly quickly as well, because I was able to sort of let it flow. But my body's still actually recalibrating. So these are some of the things, How are you doing though, beautiful? Loving how the projects are evolving. Yeah, I'm loving it. I'm so happy to I'm humbled, really humbled. I think I cried when I got the photos. I'm like, oh my God, God chose me, and I'm so glad that I can make him proud. Yeah, I'm a loser like that. I can't help myself. I'm actually very humble. I come from humble beginnings, so a lot of this stuff still like throws me a lot of the time. Okay, so Sammy's put her question out. I've started. I think I saw Malapele's question, but I already saw the question of theirs. I'm going to come back to their question because I already had it starred, so I'm going to use the starred one. And then, oh, thank you, beautiful. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. It's good. It's good. Yeah, that part. That part. I love it. I love it. Like I said, God is good. Okay. I was busy eating my banana. Okay, so we've got Malapele, and then where are we with the list? I think we've got like 4 more on the list from there. I think we're going to close out the donation list as well because I got work in the AM, and technically it's already the AM. It's like 1:30 here. So I'm going to try and get us wrapped up for a good time. Really? Yeah, we've only got 4 more left after this. Yeah, I'm gonna try and see what I can get done so I can get off to bed for work tomorrow because I've got meetings upon meetings tomorrow as well. Okay, so who is coming next to me in my love life, the past or a new person? I honestly don't know. I've got my nephews this weekend as well. So this weekend's definitely a no-go. And I'm going to be it's my mate's birthday and I'm taking my mom airport. So it's gonna be a bit of a struggle. That's why I was trying to get, I guess, something going on TikTok on Wednesday, but I'm not sure. I'll put the memo out on Wednesday if I do decide to go over there because it's going to be an impromptu thing. So you guys can maybe join me over there and I'll provide the link maybe in the post. You guys can, come and join me over there because I'm trying to develop an audience over there, but I don't know why because I don't plan to like read. Like it's not even just about the questions and stuff like that. It's honestly like yeah, it's there's a desire for more basically that I want to help people. I love doing readings and stuff like that, but like I like doing like my coaching. That's why I read the way that I do because I like to really sort of dive into stuff. So this it's kind of like not necessarily hitting the spot the way that it used to as well. No factor on you guys, just I need to be able to figure out how to fill that void or that place of lack within myself so that I can sustain that place and figure out how to navigate it really. But I'm working on it, I guess. I'm figuring it out. Okay, so love life. Who's coming next in Malapele's love life? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Daniel. You is gonna throw all the cards all over the place. Dang. Dang, dang, dang. Okay, let's see. Okay. Definitely somebody from the past. Because it's showing it's a lack of closure situation. So it's something that's going to come and continue to sort of like play itself out. At the minute, you guys are sort of like dealing with a process of some isolation situations because there's a learning that's taking place at the minute. I guess somebody's learning how to be a little bit more practical with the other person's feelings, with the other person's um, thoughts, just like being a little bit more cognitive of how they treat the person. So um, they're growing, I guess, in their selfish tendencies or through their selfish tendencies. Yeah, from the past, girl. Yeah, from the past. It's showing that it's someone from the past. It's showing that yeah, at the minute you guys are kind of like in isolation and separation from each other is what it's showing, but it's saying that, you know, the person's basically going to be going through a process of learning how to be a little bit more grounded, a little bit more practical about how they navigate certain situations. They're learning how to appreciate um, the way that you are a little bit more. I think certain things that used to, they're not going to be as, I guess, okay. Yeah, they're saying they're not going to be as, how can I put it? They're not going to be as passive, basically. They're not going to be as passive as they are right now. But what's playing out right now kind of needs to play out because it's going to be bringing a renewal instead. Right now, it's kind of like a completion, I guess, of the old cycle, just so that it can actually like play itself out. And this season of isolation, the hermit experience that you guys are having separately, is there to be able to help you guys see where you need to be a bit more practical about the way that you approach situations as well. One of the things as well is that I guess for the other person, when they feel overwhelmed, when they feel weighed down, they tend to basically withdraw. They don't really speak, they kind of shut down. Those dynamics are not necessarily serving for future plans and progress. So that's something that's basically being worked out during this space. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to perfect the formula entirely during this space of separation, but they'll get closer to wanting to do differently moving forward by being a little bit more practical about how they approach situations so that they can sort of try and avoid, I guess, these types of outcome. Um, yeah. Anything else Mother Pele needs to know about this person? Regretful but necessary transition. He's like that when overwhelmed, yeah. He just kind of shuts down and doesn't necessarily communicate. Generally quite passive, to be honest. They're learning how to be a little bit more assertive, but um, divine timing. Divine timing. Sometimes they're a little bit scattered, so it's hard for them to sort of find their voice, anyways, because they haven't made a definitive decision on certain things. So that's another factor to the situation. Anything else Malapele needs to know about? Thank you. Okay, they're going to be very methodical. It's going to be a slow moving process. So you might find the energy is not stagnant. It's kind of like I said earlier, stagnant and moving. So rigid and moving, as opposed to stagnant and literally just still, nothing is moving. Hope he gathers strength soon. Yeah, it's here I am talking and letting you know, yeah, it's going to be a slow moving process. But yeah, It is going to be a slow moving process. I guess they kind of have to make sure that they are all the way sort of like together themselves as well, like put together mentally, emotionally as well. Um, let's have a little look then. What's the guidance for our girl Malapele? Okay. What's the guidance? Thank you. Thank you. Oh. Okay, well, they're saying the guidance for you is that it's a yes exclamation mark, right? But right now you're navigating through the not yes. This is like a small yes in comparison to the big yes that you're going to be getting. But the things that are going to be navigated through this process of like the small not yes, basically, which is an internal yes, just not an external yes, right? With that, it's a case of like you don't necessarily need to worry about the situation. It's actually going to be unfolding itself naturally and organically. There's going to be like recovery situation, but divine timing is at play. It may take just under a year, so there may be a recovery situation that unfolds during the course of this year as well. Okay, so that's kind of where we're at with the situation. Unfortunately, beautiful, I'm not gonna lie to you. There is no call in tonight. It's 1:30. I'm literally just gonna wrap this up and head off to bed. I've yawned like a few times and I'm actually quite exhausted. So I'm just going to sort of like probably get the last few readings in within the next hour. And then I'm off to bed because I'm up early tomorrow as well for work stuff. But next time we will definitely be able to do a little bit better of a catch up. Usually when I do these with you guys, it's on the weekend, so I like sleep in the next day. I don't have the luxury of that today. And I'm like navigating through a whole bunch of stuff with work. So I'm up early to basically pay my due diligence with them. But hold that thought, beautiful. Okay. We're definitely going to sort of, and I guess as well, where you are on the list as well, we're sort of like in the final, what are we? The final, I hope that that was useful for you, BTW Malapele. Within this year, yeah, unfolding within this year, that's what they showed me. Sort of like it's going to be sort of coming to light, basically. The recovery period's going to start before the end of this year. Are you next as well? Okay, so let me go and have a look and see. This is the list now, guys, right? We've got Ash, Sammy, and my YouTube account. We're going to try and wrap it up within the next like 50 minutes if I can. With these four. Sorry, my eyes are even getting fuzzy, guys. I can't. This is what I'm showing you guys. I'm not as young as I used to be. I just turned 34, guys. Okay, I'm getting old. Sorry, that tickled me. And another thing as well, like after a certain time, obviously my neighbor Martin, like it gets late, isn't it? It's like almost 2 a.m. So I want to sort of like keep the noise down as well, respectfully. The walls here are like paper thin. I think I realized once I moved in when I could hear my neighbor from like outside speaking. I'm like, damn, these walls are thin. So yeah, lots of different factors to the situation, beautiful. But we move. Don't worry, I got you for next time. We can be out here on the weekends because it's like weekday as well. So I presume he probably has work as well. So I don't want to be rude. How is Mercury retrograde and solar eclipse affecting my connection with Sean? What important lessons do I need to learn? Well, that was supposed to be the question for everybody. That was one of the things that the guides sort of like let me know coming into the space. which is why they were sort of like sending me into the space, because they were like, look, you can go in there in a 3 hour, get all of these out, and then bang, bang. I need to get better as well, guys, in terms of the reading dynamics, because that's why I'm struggling to have the bandwidth as well. But how is Mercury retrograde? And BTW, thank you for the updates as well, Goral, because obviously I understand the resistance with the call-in situation, but I already got all the uploads and the downloads on IG, so we're good. Okay, we're here. And next time I'll probably sort of like be on the weekend. We'll be good. I try to catch you on the next live. Yeah, beautiful. Do try and catch me on the next one. I'll probably be back on the weekend again, because it's a bit of a challenge during the week when I'm working. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so Mercury retrograde and the solar eclipse, how is that affecting her connection with Sean? We're gonna come to the second part of the question after the facts. Okay. Thank you. Interesting. Oh. Okay, girl. Jason, thank you. Because you see me, like, it was so funny, because even when I was like there on my Mother Nature bed, releasing my purge, I was there like, oh, Ash is sending me updates. When I get back into my body properly. I'm a little disappointed that I didn't make it, but I understand. Oh, it's okay, beautiful. Next time, you're always able to sort of catch a read. So that's another thing as well. I need to get like new people into the flow as well, as far as like the mix of things, because that's another thing the guides continue to tell me about: same places, same faces, all that kind of stuff. So I need to work on that. It's a whole bunch of stuff, girl. Interesting. Talk to me about this. So I like that, but talk to me about this. What's going on with this? Okay. Okay. Sorry. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So they are saying, it's interesting because we have the Hierophant. The Hierophant basically symbolizes like traditional relationship roles and dynamics. So that's the card that popped out, right? However, at the bottom of the deck, we do have Three of Swords, right? Speaking about heartbreaks. Some of those heartbreaks may be concerning like finances or lost opportunities around finances, which are causing imbalances in work and family commitments. So kind of having to be overindulgent in work situations because of financial setbacks that may have potentially occurred. But those are some of the dynamics that is pretty much causing a little bit of a challenge, basically, to the potential of being able to manifest, I guess, a traditional situation, a traditional relationship dynamic, no more situationship. So that's ultimately the class that you guys are sitting for this Mercury retrograde and solar eclipse. And I'm showing you the cards so you see for yourself like what they're actually sort of saying on the situation. He told me he's dealing with some stuff and I wanted to see him yesterday, but he didn't show up. He told me was sleeping, but I saw he read my message. And when I sent him the screenshot, he got upset with me. He wanted to know if I didn't believe him. He tried to reach out today, but he deleted the message. Okay, Mama. Question to you. Okay. Do you have the ability right now to, I know you don't necessarily call him out on everything, but more than likely you call him out on most things. Can you pick and choose your battles during this climate? Reason being, some of the dynamics that you guys are going through as it is anyways, like he said, he's already under a lot of pressure. There's already a lot of tension in his space. So it may put him in a position to be a little bit shorter with patience than he is in normal settings and circumstances, right? Now, taking that into consideration, in navigating through the process of his space with him, sometimes I guess I'm not saying to like get comfortable with disappointment. I know you do, girl. I know you do. I think that they're sort of like saying basically give him some time, give him some grace. The next 3 weeks is still 3 to 4 weeks is still a pretty tense time for him. So he's not necessarily in the best of place in terms of his clear thinking on lots of things, just because there's lots of like setbacks to new ideas that he's navigating through. So just dial it back a little bit, right? They're like, look, after the next 3-4 weeks, go on, you get free reign. But right now, he needs just a little bit of a lighter touch over the course of the next 3 to 4 weeks. And in terms of what important lessons do you need to learn, that's one of the things that you definitely need to focus on during this process, like picking and choosing your battles when it comes to the situation. He still wants your support, I guess, whilst he kind of like navigates through the situation. I think it's more a case of just kind of like, if he doesn't necessarily like show up, basically, it's not anything personal to do with you. It's not, anything on you per se. There's just a lot going on, and I think he's a little bit overwhelmed. And I think he's going to be a little bit overwhelmed until whatever energy this is clears over the course of the next 3 to 4 weeks. He'll be a little bit more, he will seem a lot more like himself, basically, in about 5 weeks and 8 days. Does that make sense? That's technically 6 weeks. What do you mean, guys? Sorry, I had to ask. Okay, so they're saying it's not really like a 6 weeks sort of energy. It's more like 5 weeks and 8 days, literally. Like they said, they were like, I didn't stutter. 5 weeks and 8 days. Okay, 5 weeks and 8 days, things for him feels a little bit differently with the situation. So you guys will be able to sort of navigate through any sort of inner conflicts that he's like, because right now he's navigating through his own inner turmoil, right? I think it may very well be. I think it's having a impact on his finances, whatever is going on at the minute. And I think that, that's what's really being affected right now. I think that that's one of the aspects of the situation that's why he's partially not comfortable entirely in speaking about it. Not that he thinks that you care about that type of stuff, but I think just for his own pride and ego, he doesn't necessarily want to have that conversation to make it sort of seem like he's incapable, basically. Because he doesn't ever really want to give that like public image. Like he always wants to be able to, you know, at least seem like he can, because he'll figure it out even if he can't, you know. I think that's kind of the way that he thinks about situations. But yeah, I think for the most part, you guys are navigating through a situation at the minute, figuring out what's going to be right for you guys when it comes to the dynamics. I think, obviously, like I said, this is like the archetype of life that you guys are navigating through at the minute, a major shift, a major arcana. So, a pretty big decision in terms of like, will you guys sort of like take that step from situationship to a full blown relationship? That dynamic that you guys are navigating through, I think, depending on how well you guys are actually able to navigate through this little space right here, will give a better indication on what transpires like after this little space, basically, when it comes to that particular dynamic, like relationship. So yeah, I guess you guys get a little bit closer to that in navigating through this little situation right here. Let's see what the guidance is for you, because I like how things have been sort of like developing with you guys organically as well and shaping up. I know that obviously, you know, like it's one of those situations that is like timing's off, and there's definitely a lot of other factors to consider with the situation. But I think with the dynamics, you guys have come like a really long way, in all honesty. And it's nice to kind of see you guys continuing to grow as well, is what I'd say. What is the guidance for a girl Ash in navigating through the situation? Damn. Okay. Okay, Ash. We got a whole bunch of cards for you, girl. Okay. Oh, that's okay, beautiful. I'm looking at the guidance for you here as well. So they are saying, you know, you ask the angels for guidance, and you listen to your intuition, and obviously they were able to align the right network of people for you to navigate through the now situation. Right now, they're sort of saying the situation still is presenting unlikely air. So it's kind of like when the universe gives us red zones, like the traffic light system, it's red zones where the stars haven't necessarily aligned for an opening, because there's still other factors to the situation. But they're saying that, you know, this situation that is a not all the way yes right now, it's kind of being worked through. It's being worked through. It's not about perfect timing when it comes to this situation. It's about really sort of meditating on when you're both ready for the situation, because I think obviously you guys are both navigating on different timelines. You know, I think he still feels like he has some stuff to get out of his system, and you're still figuring out whether or not you want entirely, like, or you have the capacity entirely to sort of like do the full-time commitment situation as well. Even though you say that it's something that you want, I think you're still sort of coming to that place where you're actually ready to receive a dynamic like that as well, where it requires you sort of like cutting off every other possibility, just all of these other dynamics basically comes into play. So yeah, I think this particular situation, they're saying don't necessarily worry about it too much. Continue to listen to your intuition, meditate on the answers, and you'll kind of determine when you're ready when it comes to that dynamic. Okay. Still an unlikely air situation right now, but they're not necessarily worried about that. They're like moving forward when you're ready, the doors themselves will open, and it's almost like there isn't necessarily a perfect timing because the situation has already been playing out. Seeing as since you guys have been sort of sharing space. So yeah, I hope that was useful for you though. That's another thing as well. When it's late and I have to like talk deep down in my throat like this because I can't like fully project, I feel like it does something to my voice. But yeah, beautiful. They said when the time is right, it shall naturally unfold. Oh, I hope it was useful for you though, because it seems like you guys have got some trials basically over the course of the next 4 to 5 weeks when it comes to the situation. That is funny. I've never heard that before. 5 weeks and 8 days. That's so daft, but okay. Yeah. I don't know that Sammy, okay. She's here. I was just about to say, I don't know that Sammy's here because I think she was posting her question at one point. Oh, damn, girl. I said I picked the wrong thing. You said I'm just putting my question out. I think you asked for a general, right? I ended up, I guess, starring the wrong part of the actual thing, which is hilarious, right? That sounds like typical Shikima shit to do. I'm not gonna lie. So I must say. Um. Okay. I don't. Okay, I needed to go a bit earlier. Sorry, I was checking to see where that question was of semis, but I think I went not too far up, not far enough, basically. There we go. This was the question. I saw the wrong thing. My bad, girl. There we go. Okay. Let me get some water. Wet my throat because my cords are getting tight because I'm having to make my voice small. It's so hard, actually. Thank you, beautiful. Yeah, I finally found it. It's very me. It's not the first time I did it tonight. It's happened a couple of times. Okay. Let's get it going. All right. So, what does Sammy needs to know? Talk to us, guys, during this season. Okay. It's funny because you're in the breaking down of a situation like that. Okay. Thank you. Okay. there are certain things that are basically coming to light. Information is going to be, you're going to be getting incoming, particularly over the course of the next 5 days for you, is what I'm hearing mainly. Um, yeah, the next 5 days. You'll be getting some clarity or some truth is going to be coming in about why you were casted out in the cold from the previous situation. You'll be getting more insights about that in terms of like romance. It's funny because so obviously I just got the Hierophant for Ash, and I had it upright, and for you I had it in reverse because it was speaking about sort of like almost divorce if you were like breaking down of a traditional relationship situation. And they're sort of like telling me that's what they're sort of talking about when it comes to this situation. They're saying that the person who was pretty much, avoiding taking on too much responsibility, there's going to be some within the next 5 days, there might be some incoming communication, I guess, potentially, or at least attempted incoming communication from said individual, trying to kind of like gain control of the situation. However, things have already become drastically overwhelming and it's far beyond any rectifying anything. Basically, it's beyond that point, so their efforts are almost going to be deaded, I guess, in the water. It's not going to build any momentum, not going to have any momentum whatsoever. So yeah, that situation is going to be playing out over the course of the next 5 days, but it's going to go on for at least 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, because they get into this, I guess, this fear of the unknown and feeling the need to basically like combat your decision in response to them basically making attempts. So that's interesting. That situation is basically going to flare up over the course of the next 5 days. Like it's going to start flaring up and it's going to last for a couple of weeks, basically. Keep yourself protected in the process because I think that as much as you're not necessarily invested in the same way that you once were in terms of your capacity with it, I do still think that it has the ability to kind of like trigger and shake you in certain ways. So just be mindful to protect yourself in this space. And also, this is just really more or less an opportunity for you to be able to assert yourself. And that's ultimately what the class is going to be about, you actually asserting yourself. So yeah. 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 The class is going to be about you asserting yourself. This individual as well, they're sort of meeting their karma, and their fate basically is what's going to be playing out. And they are going to be, their faith is going to be tested, I guess, as they move forward. After the course of the 3 weeks is over, they're then going on a quest. Basically, it's like a righteousness quest, where they will be going through an internal wilderness quest within themselves, like basically questioning, who am I, what do I do, because basically they've been telling themselves a lie. And over the course of the next 3 weeks they'll be going through a process of an awakening that is unlike what they've experienced in the past, where they'll be forced to actually like, because the mirror is going to be held to their face, they'll be forced to actually sort of like receive the reflection of how and who they truly are, how they truly showed up, how people truly have experienced them, and who they've truly been, in terms of like, the energy that they've put out there and what that has basically done, I guess, to people. But yeah, that part. I hear you, beautiful. I know, birthday month. Happy birthday this month. I actually have my mate's birthday as well. Yeah, my mate Charlotte's birthday is on the 19th. You're actually a cusp in that case, beautiful. You're a cuspy like my mate. You're a Aries Taurus cusp. But I hope that that was useful in the sense of what I'm speaking about here, Sammy. I'm going to go and dive into a little bit of the guidance for you in terms of navigating the space and see what the guides want you to know, because this is kind of like a forewarning about what's playing out with that situation, just so that I guess you're aware, because it's going to come with its own, because I guess they're going to be like annoying is probably the best word. It's going to be like a lot for you to sort of, it's going to be a lot for you to kind of like deal with unexpectedly, if you will. What is the guidance for Sammy in navigating through the situation? Thank you, guys. Thank you. Peaceful resolution. You're saying there's a peaceful resolution. Listen to your intuition on an inner level. So listen to the quiet voices. Listen to the quiet voices. There's going to be like yeses presented, but to the right things at the right times. I think they're going to be learning some boundaries, basically based on the karma that they've created for themselves. And you shall be the agent, I guess, utilized to be able to present that class, I guess. They're going into the class involuntarily anyways. They've already signed themselves up for the class. They just didn't know that they did that when they made the decisions that they made a while ago, like decisions that were made up to 5 years ago are some of the things that are playing out for them in terms of the dynamics that are at play with the situation. Yeah. But definitely keep me posted. I hope it all actually pans out fairly well for you guys. And yeah, definitely gonna put some prayers up there for you, because it seems like you'll have your own process of torment to navigate through with the situation that's unfolding as well. Okay. Right. I think we have Amina, and then we have my YouTube account closing out the space, if I'm mistaken. That's it. Thank you, Sammy. My little cheese puffs are getting stale. Mina's next, and then you. Where's your question? Did you put your question out there already? Don't worry, you're almost there though, because I know you're at work. Are you still at work? Mina's probably typing her question. She hasn't fallen asleep yet. But type your question as well on my YouTube account. Damn, it's like 6 in the morning. Okay. I think Mina might have passed out my YouTube account. I'll type your question. And then after these, I'm gonna head off to bed, guys. I've got work. Literally in a matter of hours. Oh, there you are, Mina. Okay. I'll type in your question, my YouTube account, because you're the final question. And I'll star it. Ready for when I go. Damn, Mina. I guess Mercury retrograde is well and truly in effect. Okay. So Mina said, what are current feelings / thoughts of Fahad towards me? I blocked him last week after a conflict and also posted a community post and talked about maintaining healthy boundaries. It's definitely important in relationships. It's how we protect ourselves from, listen, it's how we protect ourselves from other people's bad habits, because not everybody loves the same way, you know. Everybody's love language, I guess, is different. Yeah. Everybody's love language is different. And it's interesting because, like, my dominant love language is acts of service, because I don't really care for words of affirmation, to be honest. It goes in one ear and out the other. It's nice, but I can't do nothing with the words. It's not going to warm me up or make me feel light inside. It's just words, so they don't hold any value to me, personally speaking. It's nice to hear, but acts of service are like my dominant love language. I like to see your love. For me personally, like, I don't think it's a noun to name a feeling. I feel like it's a verb. It's actionable. So yeah, definitely everybody's is different. But let's have a look at the feelings first. What are Fahad's feelings? Yeah. I find that it's my most valuable. Like, all the others, I'm just like, I'm not really into material stuff. It's fine. If other people are, I basically like show them love in that way, but it's not really, those love languages don't necessarily hold any value to me personally, but I do receive it if that's how other people know how to show love. But for me, I show love through my acting on it, so that's why I want to receive it in the same way. So yeah, girl, for me personally, that's the only one that matters. Because I see people short me on that one, and then they want to give me all of the other ones, and I'm like, yeah, that's it. Now, guys, Fahad's feelings towards our girl Mina. Let's talk about it. Fahad's feelings towards Mina. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, okay. Interesting. A little bit of frustration. Oh, wow, I've gotten cold all of a sudden. Is that a reflection of the energy between you guys? The energy is a little bit cold, yeah? Okay, he feels like overwhelmed, definitely feel a little bit like giving up when it comes to certain situations. He seems to somewhat be accepting his part in the situation. Somewhat, I didn't say entirely, but somewhat be accepting his part in the situation. And I think that from what I can see, there's still a lack of direction, still a little bit pessimistic about the situation as well. He identifies the part that he plays, but still accountability is a factor. So I don't know, were you holding him accountable for something? With the, do they still have this, oh, damn, Kayla, damn, oh, girl. Come and hit me up on Wednesday on TikTok. I'm gonna try and come back out here. I need to get better at doing like these readings quicker so that you guys can get more from me. But yeah, I don't think the standby list and everybody from the original list were actually here. So that was another factor as well. They actually were. Everybody was here. Even Mina's guides came and woke her up just before. Yes, he was acting from a place of ego, and I decided to leave it right there. Okay. Yeah, because the lack of accountability is still something. I think when I was seeing the taking responsibility, I don't know that he really understood what it was that he was going to be taking responsibility for. But I saw that that was a means for him to be able to basically get from now to where he wants to be, which is back cool. But I don't think he's actually learned. Yeah, I don't think he's actually learned the lesson in this situation, to be honest. I think he would have been doing what he thought that he needs to do to be able to get back into your good graces. But as far as his character, not much has shifted, I guess, in that regards. So yeah, his feelings towards you is that he was going to say what he needed to say to get good again, but I don't know that he's actually like changed some, like in this space here. I don't think that he's changed in his heart space. He's just kind of like dressed it up and tried to basically appease you. Yeah, let's have a look at the thought process. What if I had thoughts towards a girl, Mina? Make it very clear, please. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. I was sympathizing with him in that situation of his. He was like, he is strong and independent and can handle everything on his own. And I shouldn't remind him of his problems. Yeah. See, that's the thing. That's kind of like how he deals with situations just in general by not dealing. It's kind of his coping mechanism. If anything, it's more kind of like the unhealthy habit that has been passed down pretty much, because that's just the way that he deals with things, like I said, by not dealing. And which is why I just left the space, since I feel there is just no need to stick around where you aren't required. That part, that part. We're here to be of service, and if we serve no purpose, then what do we need to do and be there for? Exactly, he deals it by not exactly that. That's his process. That's his process. Not actually dealing with it, but yeah, I think it's more so a case of a coping mechanism. Like I said, it's kind of what he's seen. It's a monkey see, monkey do situation when it comes to that. So what you're talking is kind of a little bit of an alien concept. And that's why I said that I don't think that his heart has shifted. Again, it's just one of those situations where he wants to say or do whatever it's going to take, I guess, to sort of like get back into the graces, the good graces. But in terms of his feelings, he feels like he's basically been casted out in the cold when it comes to the situation. And you walking away, I guess leaves him feeling a little bit like he's vulnerable, I guess, he's vulnerable. Not that he would actually admit it openly and out loud like that. Um, but yeah, that's kind of how he feels. He feels casted out as far as like his thought process. He knows that you walked away from the situation, so he doesn't necessarily know exactly what to do in a space like this. Actually, it all happens quickly as well. I think it left him a little bit. I think he regrets how his behavior had you react. I think he hates that. I don't know that he fully regrets it. I think he would keep it under wraps now that he knows. And he would kind of keep it to himself. But I think these things are like habitual patterns that he would have to break out of. So I don't think it's like as simple as, oh, I regret my behavior, I won't do it again. It's more of, I regret maybe how my behavior made you feel, because in his environment it's normal, basically, in other places to just kind of deal with situations by not dealing with situations. So you were kind of asking for a standard that isn't his norm, unfortunately. That's what that is. Yeah, that's what that is. You're asking for something that isn't necessarily a part of his patented process just yet. Let's see what the guys sort of advise for you in navigating Fahad during this climate in that case. What do you guys advise overall, Mina, in navigating Fahad? Make it very clear, please. Thank you. Okay, they said, military guy after all, you're funny. They said the situation's entirely up to you. You remain positive, but wait, there, I guess, will be some sort of incoming or attempted incoming in divine timing. I think obviously the space is blocked right now. In a while, I guess you'll kind of like bring your walls down. There might be an opening and he'll be able to sort of explain himself a little bit better. Probably within the next couple of weeks, it will kind of unfold and unravel itself. Has he learned his lesson? Not necessarily. Will he do it again? Probably not consciously. And does he have a desire to change? If it's a requirement for him to basically be a part of your experience, then yes. If not, it's not something that he needs to change anywhere else. So I don't think he's motivated or enticed to. But yeah, they're just like, wait when it comes to that situation. Don't necessarily take any action per se. I think over the course of the next couple of weeks, you'll decide when you want to, I guess, unblock the space, and he'll be in, sure enough, as soon as you do. And you guys can kind of, I guess, have your conversation and figure out how you navigate from there with the situation. But I hope that that was useful for you. Truth is, he isn't really, I guess, not just yet. His intentions were genuine. His intentions were genuine in terms of him wanting to be able to sort of like come and share space with you. I think I'm gonna say this to you, Mina. I think the person that he fell for a couple years ago, she's also no longer the woman that you are either. You've evolved from her as well. So I really don't know what to tell him. He kind of like left it too long. So yeah, I think his intentions are genuine, but I do also think that they apply to a different version of you. And this is a complete different situation, actually. Haha, yeah, that was a useful love. At least I know nothing has changed him. Yes, I'm no longer the same. But this is a situation. This is a situation. I think you've grown to the point of outgrowing potentially a lot of him. So I think that's a challenge that he's going to find himself. He's hella confused, though. I'm gonna pray on some of that confusion for him, for the most part. Because again, like I said, I think he has an idea of who you were, but in dealing with who you are today, that's a different kind of worms for him to deal with. So yeah, I'm gonna put some prayer on that for him because he gonna be confused, girl. I know. I hope that that was useful. That's so funny. He does seem hella confused. It's because of the dynamic. Thanks a lot, love. That was spot on, Read, like always. It's so very useful. It's funny because I'm sure he would want something else. But listen, the confusion, he is confused because I think at one point that was like, he would be okay, I guess, for that to be like a situation, but it's just not cutting it. And he's confused, like for real. So that's interesting. I'm definitely gonna pray for him though, like I said, because that was too funny. My YouTube account, are you here? Huh? Oh, I love you the most, sis, Mina. You're good. You're good. Thanks for actually sharing the space. It's so funny because when I was leaving here, he looked just so confused when I was like leaving that space. Like he just didn't get it. Like when you're in class but you're not really present. And teachers talking, but everything's just going all over your head, all over your head. Nothing's landing. Yes, okay, my YouTube account. Lay it on me. What's your question? Whilst you type it up, I'm gonna finish my last little stuff. I don't think he took that into consideration. He came back to a new me now. I don't think he expected that. Hence the confusion. And you know what's funny? it's like it's an evolution of who you were then. So it's funny because he seems to have like little problems, I guess, little points of contention with engaging with your now version, but it's actually who you were, just magnified, like amplified aspects of your personality, which he likes, but now to the dosage of those aspects that you're reflecting, he's not all the way comfortable. So I think he now has to go away and check with himself if he's in love with Mina today or in love with the idea of Mina who he left behind a couple years ago. That's the question. He has to go and soul search for himself. I'm going to pray in it for him because I think it's a lot for him to get his mind around. Okay. It's a whole lot, girl. I'm not going to lie. Okay, so my YouTube account says, I've been meditating for a while now. I've been trying to connect with my higher self, but need some reassurance if I ever will experience that. Will I ever successfully connect with my higher self? Yeah. It's not something that you have to okay, I'll put it to you like this. With a meditation, the voices that are the most quiet are the voices you want to tune into firstly. So the little thoughts that you have, basically, that's just the noise, that's going on, I guess, in your hard drive, or the stuff that you're processing basically for that period of time that you're holding that meditation. But your soul's there. Your soul's already doing all these things. You just want to become conscious of your soul doing these things through the body that you're experiencing. So if anything, set your intention to become conscious of what's already occurring. And the first thing that you're going to do in order to be able to have that experience of a conscious awareness of when your soul is basically doing what it does through the body is to remove that doubt that you need it to be validated in a particular moment or experience. Trust me, your soul will show up. One of the easiest way that I find to connect with the higher self is to connect with the inner child, because then you are basically intercepting timelines. You are intercepting your now timeline by connecting to a past timeline, which the higher self has access to. And in doing that, you're able to basically travel interdimensionally a lot more effectively. So then you become a lot more consciously aware of your movements, basically in between different pockets of time, past, present, and what we perceive to be future as well. It's all happening all at once, really. And I think that's the thing that makes you able to really allow for the downloads to flow in. That's the thing that makes you conscious, when you realize that it's all actually happening right now in the here and now. Past life experiences, they're already happening. I've had to grieve a child that I didn't lose in this timeline, but there's a version of me in ancient times who's navigating through the loss of her child in a concentration camp, and I have to keep processing that every so often when the anniversary of that wound comes up, because she's processing on her timeline. So this is another thing as well, like it's not as like people might think. It's actually a lot of work to consciously actually navigate through all of these pockets of time. So just take it bit by bit. Your work with the inner child, something that will definitely assist you in being able to just identify self, because there's different fractals of self. I want to know if while I'm meditating one day, will I ever connect with my higher self and be able to have that spiritual awakening or connection / channeling? Will I get into a romantic relationship soon? Was I on a YouTube? We're not doing that today. I'm sorry, my love. Shakima is not. That was one of the things I actually purged during this cycle. Overexerting myself. It's not really something that I'm doing. I found that one of the things that I was actually purging was this feeling that I basically give so much of myself pretty much to others. And when it's my turn to kind of like get some pouring into, I'm basically there to pour into myself because there's nobody to pour into me. So we're not doing that anymore. It's a one question situation. I'm learning how to get a little bit more assertive with that. And the answering of your question is you need to get out of your own way. You need to get out of your own way. You asked a couple of other questions, and I actually also already started to give you some insight onto said question. Yeah. Past life stuff again. You can do a past life regression. Literally, for me personally, I just did a meditation years ago in 2016 because I knew that what was going on in my room was basically trauma from a past life. You can do it. You literally, the thing is, you're overthinking it. That's a part of the reason why it feels like it's not happening because these things are already happening. I think that that's the thing that complicates it when we start to try to basically be what we're already existing as. Then it gets confusing. The human's already aware that it's a human, and the soul is already aware that it's downloading into the human, and that experience is already happening. You just want to be able to obviously catch the moment of that flow as it's happening. The best thing that I can say to you is to connect to the inner child, because like I said, it's one of the easiest parts of your soul to capture and reinvigorate. It's easier because you've already had the experience. It's a little bit more difficult to connect to future self, right? Your older version of self, your younger version, you've already had some of those experiences. And by being able to connect with your inner child, it actually gives you an opportunity to become outside of your physical awareness of self, to actually like perceive yourself. Stop overthinking it as well. I think that would be useful to you. It's not something that you need to question. Past lives you have, if there's something in particular that you feel like is being a hindrance, do emotions also play into that as well? Yes. So best way to basically go and access a file from your inner child is to go and process a trauma on a timeline. When you go and process a trauma on a timeline, basically, so I'll sort of like tell you, when you go and process the trauma on the timeline, and why I say trauma is because it hits differently, it lives differently in the body. Exactly. I'm very emotional, so you're a very good conduit for this type of process. So if you go back to something, right, that you know is a significant trauma for yourself, go back into that timeline as your adult self, right, through a meditative process, and you go and relive the experience. You go and show up on that timeline and have a conversation with your inner child as your present self. And you basically go back for her from that timeline, and you let her know that you'll be dealing with things differently. You'll be sort of organizing life differently. And from there, the soul then takes ownership of both of you guys. Basically, because a lot of the times what happens is that based on the trauma that we have in childhood, it will limit the soul's ability to basically utilize your adult self as a conduit. So the more of your past traumas you can actually like clean out, basically, because that you said you wanted to be able to channel. In order to channel and be the conduit that allows for information to flow, you have to also be comfortable, okay, with the emotional side of yourself. Crying a lot of the times is when the soul is actually doing what it does. That's when the soul is releasing. That's when the soul is basically bleeding out its human so that it can make room for new emotions that it wants to be able to, you know, use to create the reality that you're living in. But I promise you, that's the easiest hack you're gonna get. I, for the most part, I'm not gonna lie. If so, I'm going to be doing. I forgot to even speak to you guys about this as well earlier today, but I'm going to be doing the. I'm going to be doing the beta testing for my program. This is something that I'm actually going to be like teaching people. I'm going to be holding space and basically like as people go into, I'm going to be taking people into their inner child. And as they go and sit into those spaces, I'll basically be making an introduction so that that introduction with self, because I find that I've done that before, and those are some of the easiest ways for people who do struggle with channeling. They're able to obviously have that connection moving forward. So maybe if you are still struggling, that's something that I'm doing next month. It's free, don't worry, y'all, because I know obviously the dynamics that we're working through. But you guys, I need reviews, okay? It's free as far as money, but feedback is what you pay. But that might be useful for you coming into the space to get yourself anchored, basically. And then we can anchor different fragments of your soul, because that's really what's happening, because you're only focused on your present version of your soul, which has so many other different fractals of itself that it's experiencing on lots of different timelines. The main reason why I've been wanting to meditating and connect with my higher self is because I want to gain that ability to channel things in my future and things about my past life. I've been obsessively thinking about who I was in my past life. Okay, that's probably the timelines, especially within this eclipse as well. That's what this 2024 timeline is for. So this is a perfect timeline for it, because this 2024 timeline, basically, we are integrating all of our lives. We're integrating all of our lives to basically prep us for what's ahead. Hold that thought, my YouTube account. I got you. I got you. You can use your cards. So for me personally, do you have cards? Do you sort of like because a lot of the times when I pull the cards, that's like the starting process for me when it comes to remote viewing. But then my clairvoyant senses, okay, what's your dominant sense? Do you sort of get visuals, or are you clairaudient, or are you claircognizant? Like claircognizant is your ability to get your spiritual knowing. So we have 8 spiritual senses. So which is your dominant spiritual sense, basically? Do you just know? Do you feel? Is it your clear empathy? Is it, do you see what I'm saying? Like if I understand what your dominant sensory is, then I can sort of instruct you on how to work with that a little bit more. So is it your clairvoyant senses? Is it your third eye? Like each of the chakras basically governs a different spiritual sense. I know we have like our 5 physical senses, but we have 8 spiritual senses. I'm more so in my head and have common knowledge. I can sometimes overthink, okay, so it sounds like your clear cognizance is your dominant spiritual sense, which leads to my anxiety. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, anxiety is my main blocker. With the anxiety situation, what do you do to manage your anxiety? Because I'm not gonna lie, that was like, when it comes to my channels, anxiety is one of my main blockers in general. It just shuts the channel down completely, because now the stuff isn't necessarily flowing like it needs to, or even if it is, you start to doubt that you can interpret it, and it gets like an internal battle at that point. I've been trying to lift that heavy weight off my chest so that I could be able to channel and feel meditate is how I try to make it easier. Okay. Breathing also helps the human. Like I said, breathing shifts in emotion. So each and every time um, you kind of like feel anxiety sort of like coming in, deep breaths, breath work definitely helps with anxiety, because if you notice, when anxiety basically takes over your body, you have short, shallow breaths instead. Or sometimes it may be long breaths, but it's like a lot of contemplating. Like whilst you're taking each breath, your mind is going 100 miles an hour in between each of those like breaths and breathing processes that you're making. So whatever state your breathing is in that moment where anxiety is shown up in your body, just create a different breathing rhythm, and that will automatically shift the anxiety as well. Right. So the anxiety, okay, for instance, like sometimes the anxiety will be like literally just on the chest here. So like I said, it's shallow breathing, right? It's not like deep in the diaphragm. So when you then sort of like bypass that and go deep in the diaphragm, again, oxygenates the brain. So you now get an opportunity to go through emotions, because that's what's going on in your mind at that point. And then within 17 seconds, you can choose a new emotion, and then you register that one instead. Um, with the meditation, do you do breath work at all? Because that is actually how you work the avatar. And I find when I'm channeling my breath, initially, when I was just sort of starting to allow for myself to become a conduit, my breath was almost non-existent. My breaths were so shallow to the point where you could barely even feel anything. Yeah, just breathing slowly. Yeah. Um, Utilize the breath work. The breath work is going to be useful to you in being able to do what you're doing with the cards. Basically, you have to trust what you've got coming through, because half the time, as well, because people don't even like realize this, not every thought is ours. I'll tell you what, because we already channel day in, day out. It's what the human's designed for. So when we say we want to be like channeling, we just want to become aware of those moments of channeling, because we're constantly getting downloads and we're constantly putting out uploads actually. So when you're pulling the cards, just to sort of like give you a directive on how to utilize the cards for what you're doing, when you're pulling the cards, when you take out the cards and you're getting the incoming, a lot of those thoughts aren't necessarily your thoughts. You need to become consciously aware of that. They ain't yours. They are beings, light beings, in fact, providing you with more clarity, further insight on whatever it is that you've questioned about. But a lot of the times, because the voice, because that's the only way that we can receive it, to interpret it in some cases, is portrayed in our own consciousness as our own voice. So we think that it's us, but it's not. I'd say learn the difference between what a incoming looks like. So for myself, um, a lot of the times you guys will see me like scratching my head, because literally I feel the static. I feel the static when I'm getting incoming. For yourself, you get comfortable with the process where you start to feel the energy in your crown expand. Another thing that's actually really good, I'm going to tell you this one, but you have to basically make sure that you open and close your chakras properly before and after meditation. Kundalini, Sahaja yoga meditation is a Kundalini activation, because that's one of the things that you said that you want to be able to do. Basically, you want to activate. So when you activate, so it's so that you can see me. It's a Kundalini. So you kind of like you go up from the side as you're sitting down, and you move your arm around each arm, and you kind of like on like open the chakras. I'm gonna have to like close this back after I finish. You open the chakras, you take it all the way up to your head, all the way up to your head, and it has to be very intentional. And then open like a bow, like opening a bow, right? That's the first chakra. The first chakra is now open. Then you come down, and then you do the same thing again. You open, you just open the root chakra. I can already feel the sensitivities in my body already. I'm already getting a little bit of attention on this side of my head because I need the rest of my chakras to be open because now the information's flowing through my body differently. But you do that, and then you do 1, 2, right? You just open the second chakra. Sorry, I'm gonna close down my chakras, girl, because I'm already getting a headache on the right side of my head. And I'm not planning to do anything with the situation as far as like what I'm doing at the minute. So yeah, but that's what you do all the way up until 7. So you do the first one to open your chakra. So now I'm about to close my chakras because okay, I'm about to go bed for the most part, and I don't want to be out here, but you would wrap it up back like a bow. Now, this was a art form that was taught by Srimataj. It's, I guess, I wouldn't necessarily sort of like call it a Hindu practice, but I guess it sort of comes from a lot of that model, I guess, of religious sect. And it does work, actually. It was one of the meditation processes that I used to open actually my crown to the point where I can feel the energy. I can feel whenever there's spirits present because my crown is so tintillated. But repetition of that, okay, repetition of that process. I think I've got a video somewhere as well on my YouTube channel, just the first part. I don't think I managed to finish the second part because you know your girl ever like, you know, TBC. But that also helps basically to open your human up, to open your human up to what your soul is naturally already doing. And then you can come into conscious awareness of when your soul is moving through your body in different aspects of self, basically, and when other souls are also moving through the body, because we're not the only people that live in here, as you guys clearly know, okay? We call it emotions and expressions, but these are spiritual beings, spiritual entities moving through the body on a constant basis. And not all of these emotions are all ours. We also have spiritual attachments. They move through the body as well. We share our body with lots of different souls on a daily basis, whether we know it or not. So yeah, go through that process and you'll be able to kind of like open your human up as you kind of like navigate. Okay. And if you want like the tea of the tea, you need to be in on that little thing that I'm about to be doing, girl. It's going to be next month, I think now, because we're working on developing some aspects of it for you guys so that you guys can really, you know, get everything that you need from it as well. Okay, I hope that that was useful for you though. And that was a good little question as well. With the past life stuff, whatever it is that you feel like your past life is connected to, just do a meditation. I also actually do past life regressions and stuff like that, but just do it, put on a meditation. What's going to happen is you're going to process it in your subconscious. So you're not going to come back with the information like consciously, readily aware, but as time goes on, you will continue. There will be catalysts basically that continue to play out as triggers to remind you of what is already now in the subconscious, because it will reveal itself to you when you go into meditation. When you're doing it like on your own, that's how it works. But when you're doing it with someone else, obviously, they can go in, access the files for you, and you basically, you know, give sound to the files. You basically read the report of the files from within your body, and you kind of like relay the information to them. And if you record it, then it's easier for you to obviously like take that information away. But you can do it yourself as well. We're designed to, you know, a lot of the things that we do like in collective, we're actually designed to be able to do on our own, but it's just more fun to do it with someone, you know? But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you. I don't even know if you're still sort of like here listening. I didn't even anticipate sort of like going on for that long. Yes, there you go. There you go. Thank you, beautiful. There was lots in there. Come back and listen to it again if you need to make it even better. But yeah, I'm gonna put a prayer out on that for you as well, and ask your guides, babe. Ask your guides to like make themselves be known to you, only to a capacity. Like for me, my angels don't show up like, you know, like that. I don't like that. That's not how I want them to show up. But ask them. and they will help you with the process, because that was definitely something that also helped me. Okay. But thank you guys. Thank you, Mina. Oh, thank you for sticking around, girl. On that note, I'm going to love you guys and leave it there because it's now almost 3 a.m. But I'll catch you guys in the next one, whenever that is. I can't be sure, but I'll pray on it. Okay.
All the things they said to hold her back, they never seem to leave her head and tend to keep her mind at war. All the things they said to hold her back, they keep her locked inside of all the times when she's been hurt before.
On that note, lovelies, I will catch you guys when I catch you guys. Be blessed, my loves. Tura. Bye.